Alright, I gotta load game. I gotta see if I remember everybody that... Yeah, I gotta see if I remember everybody's names and their ultimates. This chapter 1 ending, this should just jump into chapter 2, right? Yeah, immediately. Okay. Are y'all ready for despair? I am. Been looking forward to this for a while. Oop, nope. What was it, F2? Nope, that's transcript. F1. Alright. This is me. Your friend who disappeared reactivated his Snapchat. Oh, that's good. He hasn't replied yet. Well, at least you can get in touch with him. That's too bad you don't know what happened to him yet. But at least he's okay. Yep, this is me. I am Makoto Naegi. I am the ultimate lucky student. I don't feel so lucky, but you know, such is life. Kiyotaka, he's the ultimate moral compass. He is the ultimate wholesome. Byakuya Togami is the ultimate affluent progeny. I have a hard time remembering his name or remembering how to pronounce it, and that's the only problem. I'm gonna guess them before they show up, just so I can remember, like, names before faces. Mondo is the ultimate bike gang leader. He has burnt corn in the cob as hair. Leon, he's the ultimate baseball star, or he certainly was. Hifumi is the ultimate weeb / ultimate hamster guy. I'm kidding, of course. He's the ultimate fanfic writer, and I hate him. He's creepy, he's disgusting, and kind of don't want him to be alive anymore, but that's whatever. Yasuhiro. I think there's one male left. Which one is Yasuhiro? Before I look at him. I forget. Oh, yeah, okay. He's the ultimate clairvoyant. That's right. He couldn't accept the fact that this was all, like, really happening. Hi, Glory 000. How are you today? Sayaka, she was the ultimate pop star, and, kind of a thought. Kyoko, she's the ultimate question mark. Probably the ultimate sleuth, or the ultimate, like, murderer. I don't know. She's the ultimate question mark. I don't know what she does yet. Aoi is the ultimate swimmer. She's cute. Toko Fukawa is the ultimate writer. She is under the impression that everyone believes she's ugly. Don't like people like that. She just called me out because I said something. I said, like, damning evidence, and she couldn't accept it, and she thought I was thinking she was ugly. So I'm like, no, that's not what I was thinking at all. And I had to roll my eyes and stop in real life to collect my thoughts, so I don't like her very much. Sakura is the ultimate martial arts champion for good reason. Oh, you can't see her very well. Well. I thought it'd show her, like, all her muscles, too. Celeste, I'm pretty sure she had a last name. She's the ultimate gambler. She's thick. I feel like it's the wrong kind of thick, but you're right. You're right. Junko, Ultimate Fashionista, and her latest magazine will be her best because she is not making anymore. Although, if she does make any more, she should definitely spearhead the next issue. That was a terrible pun. Chihiro is the ultimate waifu. Just kidding. She's the ultimate programmer, but she's adorable. Alright. We successfully lived. I cannot speak, but I'm looking for coins. Nope, nope. Notepad. Dots. Yeah, it's nighttime. At least my room is like all tidy again. It's gone. Wow. Does Makoto really think of her as an it? It's almost like there was never anything there to begin with. Every last sign of Sayaka's existence has disappeared without a trace. It's like he said. After the class trial, before we took the elevator back up, Monokuma told us... I almost forgot. Since the class trial is over, I'll go ahead and dispose of all the corpses.
What are you gonna do?
It's okay, no need to thank me. Just seeing your delighted, smiling faces is thanks enough for me. I don't think we were smiling at all. After all, nobody wants to look at a rotting corpse every day. That can't be good for your health. Sinister evil teddy bear liar laugh. We had like all day to mourn their deaths. What are you talking about? How long did that investigation even last? I feel like that was all day. Sorry I'm late.
So,
You okay, Makoto?
Listen to me.
You sure took your sweet time. I was just about to go get you and drag you back here. So what happened? Was your room fixed up like he said? I imagine it would be pretty hard to sleep with a rotting corpse in your bathroom.
Hey, come on.
Jesus, that's fucked up, man. Why would you say something like that? Yo, Glory 0 0 with a 10 plus sit-ups. Thank you. I hate sit-ups. My room was spotless. There wasn't anything left. Like the whole thing never happened.
I see.
I see. It must be tough staying there, knowing what happened. Why don't you just stay in Sayaka's room? Well, staying there with her scent still hanging in the air, that would hurt just as much. Plus, I've decided that I can't turn away from her death. Makoto. Getting depressed isn't gonna help anything, right? If we all work together, I'm sure we'll find a way out of here.
you got it.
So everyone, try and cheer up and get back on track. Is that honestly supposed to make us feel better? We were already working together, and yet someone was still murdered. Anyone could betray us at this point. Now that it's happened once, it's a question of when, not if, the next one takes place. Yeah, because Sayaka made the first move.
Well,
So, the yellow text you kind of want to pay attention to, because that's like important dialogue. Made the first move means it will happen again. Granted, since there's a chapter 2 and 3, that probably means they're going to deal with more murders. So yeah, I don't even think they needed to highlight that. That's just a given at this point. If we work together against a mastermind, nobody will have any reason to do something like that.
Stop talking.
Keep telling yourself that. I'll be over here in the real world. Working together, fighting a common enemy. Like it or not, it's not that simple.
Um,
What do you mean?
are you okay with this?
Mastermind seems to be much more powerful than ever suspected. We ever suspected. They took over Hope's Peak, which was supposed to be well defended, and modified it to fit their desire. Or Hope's Peak was always like this, and the reason that so few people graduate from here, because it's like the most ultimate high school, is because everyone who ever has got away with murder. I don't know if that's lore or canon or not, but that's just what I believe. That it was always like this. They created Monokuma, which seems to be incredibly advanced, and they're providing for our every need. And the cherry on top is the execution we witnessed.
Honestly.
Everything has been planned down to the last excruciating detail. This is not the work of your everyday psychopath. Defying them may be too great of a risk.
So then,
Then what are we supposed to do? Anyone who truly does want to escape will just have to follow the rules. In which case, the only option is to deceive those around you and win the game. I feel like he's gonna be the next murderer.
No,
What?
No what?
I can't take it.
I don't want to live if it means killing someone else to do it, and she's gonna be the next one dead. Anyone else? What? I don't want to kill anyone else. Anyone else? What do you... Yeah, he caught it too. That's not what you just say out loud.
It's because
Leon died because we all voted for him, right? It's no different from us killing him ourselves. It kinda is. That was literally a kill or be killed scenario. But
so
if we hadn't voted for him, then we all would have died instead, right? Isn't what you wanted, is it?
so it would seem.
She's right. If you heap that kind of blame on yourself, you'll turn into a full-fledged masochist. Chihiro, listen. You're not to blame. Not you, not Leon, and not Sayaka. The mastermind is responsible for everything that's happened. We had no choice but to vote. I can't even imagine what would have happened to us if we'd refused. And in the end, it was Monokuma who ultimately killed Leon. So don't waste your anger on yourself. Instead, direct it at the mastermind. Is it morning? It said nighttime on the left.
This is a school announcement.
Okay.
It is now 10 p.m.
It was already
As
nighttime.
such, it is officially nighttime.
I mean, it was already nighttime, Monokuma.
Soon the doors to the dining hall will be locked, and entry at that point is strictly prohibited.
We better get out of this dining room.
Oh, and one
Otherwise, we're
other
gonna have to stay up all
thing.
night.
It was totally obvious before that you were trying to make yourselves feel better and justify what you did.
Yeah.
See you, don't see you, see you. That's about how much I can see you, even when you try to hide. Now pay attention and remember this well.
Okay.
The burden of judging others is a heavy one to bear, so be well aware of your actions.
Hey, 10 plus push-ups. Every day for the rest of the week. Thank you, Glory 000. It's like y'all are working together. The burden of judging others is a heavy one to bear. Sorry, I was too caught up in the bear pun to even listen to what he said.
Order and stability rely on the sacrifice and responsibility of everyone. Okay,
Yeah.
then. Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't.
Yeah, cut off. What was that about just now? Was he saying it's our fault what happened? That's pretty cruel, man.
Don't fuck with me.
That piece of shit. Who does he think he is? Alright. Are we out of... Okay, we all got out of the dining room so we didn't have to stay up all night. This is just the beginning. Our despair has only just begun. Boy's life of despair. And he called us all to the gym. He began it.
Okay, lift your arms up and down.
Oh, he's giving us he's a gym teacher.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3.
There you go, Taka.
Now reach way up and bend way down. Tighten those muscles. Let's add a little strength, a little speed to those young bodies of yours.
Is the game different every time? I don't think so. Maybe, I think for at least the first couple of cases, I'm pretty sure it's all the same. I think maybe there could be 2 different possible scenarios for later. But the difficulty is what kind of changes it. Same each time. Okay. Yeah, listen to Brass Roses. She knows. Hello, Binglet. This is Danganronpa, a visual novel where 15 definitely not ordinary high school students are locked in a high school and trying to murder each other to escape. Family fun for everyone. Doesn't this feel just great? Being stuck inside like this, you gotta make sure to stay healthy. Did you catch the, trial part last time I played this Psycho? You only hear at the end? Okay. So you know the truth bullet parts. Yeah, I chose the hardest difficulty so that it could be a challenge. I didn't want it to be just handed to me. And I only lost all my hearts once, so that was neat. Binglet redeemed, get asked a random question. Oh, lordy. If you had to choose an animal as a mascot for yourself, not as a pet, but as a mascot, like this animal represents you, what animal would you choose? I think Monokuma would choose a black and white teddy bear. Unless Monokuma is a black and white teddy bear. Whoever's controlling Monokuma would choose a black and white teddy bear. You're the one keeping us stuck inside. Don't sweat the small stuff. That's my motto. Whoa, I sounded pretty cool just now, don't you think? Did you fall in love with me? Am I just to die for? Am I just to die in writhing agony for? So why did you call us here? Certainly it wasn't just to make us exercise. Just to make you exercise? Just to make you exercise? If exercise makes you laugh, exercise will make you cry. What? Now if you keep doing these exercises, you will uncover the secret of the Assassin's Fist. Passed down from generation to generation in the Empire of Darkness, the power can be yours. That sounds like the kind of junk a middle schooler would come up with. It doesn't matter. Oh, that's me. It doesn't matter. Just get to the point. Did you really call us down here just to exercise?
Hey,
Of course not. You think I have that kind of free time on my hands? You have the free time to kidnap 15 people. Honey Badger. Easy. Can you back that up? No, you can make honey badgers friendly. Hi, Waffle. You didn't miss much. We were all just kind of in the gym chit-chatting. Like, wow, I can't believe that just happened. And then Monokuma's like, well, I hope the burden weighs heavy on you. And then he sent us to bed. He called us into the gym so that we're always, or so that we're, I don't know. He called us into the gym for some reason. The Icy Bear, always chilling and drinking slushies. I was kind of thinking like a regular animal instead of an already existing mascot, but that works too. So you represent Icy, or the Icy Bear represents you? So then, I'd like to make an announcement. Neither. Okay. Wait. Every time you overcome a class trial here at Hope's Peak, a whole new world will open up to you. That means we get more rooms open, and more places to explore.
What the heck?
A whole new world.
You guys?
It would really suck if you had to live here forever with nothing new to stimulate you. Besides, I know how you kids get these days with your ADD and your ADHD. I gotta keep you motivated. Hi.
Very nice.
So go ahead, look around all you want. Enjoy the brave new post-trial world till you explode. Cartoonish disappearance noises. With that, Makuma disappeared, leaving us even more confused than when he'd shown up. A new world? Is he talking about a way to get outside? Of course
I
not.
wonder about that.
That seems unlikely.
Piece of shit!
We don't know till we look.
Hey, whatever he meant, I'm sure we'll have to search the school one more time.
You hear me?
Okay, then let's split up and start investigating. When you're done, everyone meet back at the dining hall and we'll share what we found. You're basically a one-trick pony, you know that?
Got it!
More like a staple food source. Now let's get moving. Alright, oh, that's not it. Well, I'll still take a look at it. I want to find some coins. You know how to feel about this game? Are you a fan of visual novels? This is just anime visual novel. Not really? This game might not be for you then. Just to be honest. It's mostly just like exploring, building like character tropes, character development, and like mostly at the end is the most engaging gameplay, but I love visual novels. Am I gonna get any more coins looking at these? What's up, hero?
What the heck?
Did you see what's inside the display case? What are you talking about? A bad, awful, terrible trap.
Serious.
That stuff you see lined up there, any god could come by and use it to send a message. What? I've been struck with knowledge. It's an ill omen of total devastation and ruin. Oh, did I? Ooh, I'm gonna have to buy some snacks.
Let me out of here!
Display case. Unless they added like a baseball bat or like a microphone or a magazine, I don't really see anything different. Which are like the 3 tropes of the deceased. Hey! Holy crap! Okay, I have 100 coins. Jesus Christ! Ah, upstairs is open. Neat. The nurse's office is not. Alright, we're gonna buy some... Oh, damn it. The store is closed. Alright, whatever. We'll take a look upstairs. Alright, I didn't think upstairs would be open until, like, the 3rd chapter. Thanks, Waffle! For 15 whole bits! The pool? I bet you're happy. Oh, Makoto, hey, guess what? Guess what I found? A pool! There's a pool in here! A pool! Pool, pool, pool! You don't have to keep repeating it, I got it. And there's a ton of exercise equipment in the locker room. Sakura's gonna go nuts when she finds out. Yeah, you're right about that. Hina seems way more excited than usual. I mean, it said pool. She's the ultimate swimmer. Each chapter opens a new floor? Okay. Because I saw like 2 rooms at the bottom that we couldn't explore, like the first floor. I just thought those 2 rooms would be like the new setting for the next murder, and then the 2nd floor would open after that. But I'll take it. Whole 2nd floor. 101 coins. Lifesaver flotation donuts. Why is there a minigun on the ceiling? Let's... Maybe it's so boys don't enter the girls' room? I know, I'm not allowed in there. This is the girls' locker room.
This is fine.
A true gentleman will respect our space, yes? I know, I was just looking at it. Relax. Hi, Chihiro. Have you checked out the pool yet? No? I don't like wearing swimsuits. You do seem like the type who might not be into that kind of thing. Still, it sounds like the locker rooms here have all the exercise equipment you could ask for. Maybe I'll give it a try. I'd kind of like to get a little stronger. You want to get stronger? I have to say, it's kind of unexpected.
Yeah.
I'm not even brave enough to step foot into the locker room. You don't even want to go in the locker room? It's not that I don't want to, it's just... Is she afraid of locker rooms or something? It's a pretty weird phobia, though. I mean, I get it. I don't know about girls' locker rooms, obviously. But I don't want to spend very much time in there either. Locker rooms at gyms usually feature at least one very old, very nude guy just chilling. I don't want to deal with that. What I know about girls' and boys' locker rooms are the memes. And I don't even know if those are true. The 2nd floor is opened up. The living area has grown. A number of facilities are now available. Whatever else is going on, I must admit, things have been made much more comfortable for us.
You understand?
If things continue like this, the occasional class trial may not be so bad. What? You're either gonna murder no. She's not gonna murder someone because she wants someone else to get murdered, so that more stuff will open up to her. That's fucked. Doesn't seem difficult to... I mean, it's probably normal, but I will never be able to experience that. What if it's completely not normal, and we have no idea? What if they summon demons in the girls' locker room? Boys sing the Halo theme song. Like, that's a given. You've seen the memes. Zealander 4 is now playing Fall Guys. In case y'all were wondering. Demon summoning is legit. Alright, Brass Roses confirms. Alright, I guess you need your handbook to get into the locker rooms. Really?
Of course.
Really? Really? If you want to unlock the locker room, you'll have to swipe your personal e-handbook across the card reader next to the door. Nice meme. However, to ensure maximum security within each locker room, only a boys' handbook can open the boys' locker room, and the same goes for the girls. And that's the bottom line. What if someone opens the door and then someone else sneaks in? Anyone who commits such indecency will be punished without mercy for their scandalous sexual depravity. That's what the Gatling gun's for. Okay. It'll be all.
Just a second.
I bet it. I bet it really hurt to get shot by that thing. Really hurt. That's the choice of words you used for a Gatling gun. I think it'd be a little worse than that. But what happens if someone loans their handbook to someone else? A boy could borrow a girl's handbook, and that would get them into the girl's locker room, would it not? What? That never even occurred to me. To think someone could be so low, so cowardly, so devilish. Okay, then how's this sound?
I got it.
Time for a new rule. Oh, here we go. As of this moment, loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. There, so now nobody can give their handbook to anybody else, right? You like that? I'm kind of a genius, right? It's because my brain is 100% cotton.
Honestly.
I do not imagine anyone would have lent their handbook out in the first place.
Is that okay?
After all, they would likely be held responsible for anything that person might do using the handbook.
So,
But, you know, you seem awfully concerned with all this locker room security stuff.
Of course.
It's because all you teenagers are sex-crazed maniacs. You're at that age you'd try humping a plastic bottle. Wow. So to keep anything unseemly from happening, I have to maintain a rigorous watch. Psycho. Then in that case, I would ask that you keep the same close eye on our dorms. If some man and some woman decided to share a room, there would be nothing to stop them. All I care about is protecting the holy image of the school itself. I don't care what happens in your private dorms. By force or by cunning, do whatever you want. Okay, Monokuma. Let's get rid of the by force. Let's get rid of the whole sentence, actually. I don't care what happens in your private dorms. That's good.
The worst.
He's a prick. But I mean, he's fine with murder, so he's... yeah, never mind.
See ya later.
Okay, so the new regulation is now in place. See ya! That stupid bear totally ruined my mood. Maybe I'll go take a dip to cheer myself up.
You got it.
Celeste, Chihiro, you want to come with me?
As for me,
There is nothing I hate more than getting water on my face.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'll pass this time. How come? When you're in a funk, there's nothing better than a good swim to pull you out of it, says the ultimate swimming star. I'm good. I'm gonna leave. Alright. We got a new regulation. Learned something interesting about Psycho that I didn't really want to learn. There's... wait. What is this? Bathroom cleaning supplies. Okay. Might be useful later. How we better not drown. I'd be tilt. I feel like that's going to be... alright. This is not spoilers, this is streamer speculation. I feel like that may or may not be the next victim who died by apparent drowning. And that's gonna be one of the no, that's wrongs! Because she's the ultimate swimming star and she could totally have not drowned. Again, streamer speculation, not spoilers. I don't know if that's true or not. Let's say it's not. Because I don't know. Please no die. Hey! She swim good. That is true. She good at the swim.
I see. This must be what he meant by a new world. I should probably take a really close look around.
You forgot who dies except one person at the end. Yeah, this is very spoiler-free, Waffle. I know you did watch, like, all the, punishments. And I love you, buddy, but I'm not kidding about it. It's a good way to lose your mod. If you do. Yeah, I don't think blocking them is a good idea. And it's still obscuring the cameras. That's still messing with them. Alright. I guess we explored this entire second floor, so... Oh wait, library. Just wanted to see how harsh the deaths were. That's fair. Like, I am very interested in that myself, because both Brass Roses and Atari have said they got worse than getting hit all over with like 1,000 baseballs at full speed. And that's brutal as hell. If it gets worse than that, I'm very interested to see how, but only through doing the actual trials. Hi, Roxas. Only punishments, I put. Thank you, Yoko. Okay. Books. I'm absolutely shocked. They have all these books up here and not one copy of any of my works. Well, yeah, why would they have comics in a library? Oh, you just pissed them off. They're not comics. Plus, most fanfic is just porn drawn by a bunch of amateurs. You just don't get it. Not at all. I do, too, get it. She knows her fanfic. And with a face like yours, anyone can tell nothing you do is worthwhile. He's the ultimate fanfic creator. Don't you talk bad about him, even though I have this entire time. The first execution of the third game? Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. Never judge a book by its author. Now, hear this. Appearances mean nothing at all. What you see before you is nothing more than the rind that contains the meaty pulp of my genius. Togo's gonna get murdered. He's mad. Yeah, I'm gonna take anything Waffle says as like a guess or speculation. Don't get like so overboard with it and say like every character is gonna die like in this episode though. Because I know one of those, at least one of those like 13 guesses, 12 guesses will be true, which would kind of technically be a spoiler. So yeah. You're so full of it.
I'm used to being misunderstood. You think weak attacks like yours will drop my HP?
This to really worry me. Wait, never mind. Still, this library is most interesting.
Stop talking.
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking out loud. Okay. You must be pretty happy to have all these books around, huh, Toko? Not particularly. Nothing's really caught my attention so far.
Indeed, there's a plethora of books, it's true, but the content seems lacking.
No, nothing.
Where's the comic books? Where's the young adults section?
Comic books? Young adult? That stuff's a waste of time.
I've seen what you write, Miss Fukawa. Talented as you are, your stuff isn't any more worthwhile.
My stories are filled with true love and pure feelings. Don't compare them to the garbage of yours. Your writing doesn't even mean anything. It's just a bunch of jumbled up letters. Someone should just burn it all. One of these two is gonna murder each other. I feel like. Again, streamer speculation. I don't know. I also said Aoi is gonna be the one to die first. I hope I'm pronouncing her name right, because Aoi does not sound like a name. I'm sorry to everybody actually named Aoi, but it's, you know, sounds like a boo-boo. I have an Aoi. I am pronouncing it right? Okay. Like, I know Japanese pronunciations of letters, it's just Aoi. It's just so, it's weird for me to say.
The lady doth protest too much, methinks. I bet you're secretly into boy-on-boy action. Okay. Okay. Boy-on-boy? I don't care if it's anime or comics or fanfic or whatever.
I'm telling you.
It's all filth, throwaway culture that'll be trashed and forgotten in half a decade. Just talking about it makes me sick to my stomach. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. You've insulted me. I mean, you've insulted my honor.
This guy has honor? I'll call her Hina. That's what other people call her. Okay, there's more to look at. Oh! A letter? Hope's Peak Academy.
Indeed.
It was buried under a thick layer of dust. It must have been sitting there for quite a while. Shall we see what's inside? And who's it even addressed to?
Is that right?
What we shouldn't do is leave this here without finding out what's inside. It's covered in dust. They're not looking for it. Read what was written there. From the Hope's Peak Academy Executive Office. Throughout the years, we have been committed to shaping the youth who will one day shape the world. We have a long, proud history as an institution of higher learning with full governmental support. Our graduates enter society ready to take off on active leadership roles in every major job field. However, Hope's Peak Academy must now lower the curtain on its glorious history for the time being. This decision was not an easy one to make, but serious issues beyond our control have made it necessary. Make no mistake, this is not the end for Hope's Peak Academy. We intend to reopen our doors as soon as the issues forcing our closure have been resolved. That being said, this is the end for now. I'd like to personally and sincerely thank everyone for your help and support over the years. For now, we are awaiting official governmental Authorization to formally cease operations. So it did used to be a high school?
It would seem.
Has stopped functioning as a school. Doesn't seem to have happened recently, but nobody knew about it. At least a year old. So you're saying Hope's Peak closed down at least a year ago? Most likely the mastermind took over the abandoned school in order to put on this little performance. But that would mean it was closed when I got here just a few days ago. I didn't get that sense at all. If the school had shut down, don't you think it would have been in all the newspapers and stuff? I'm saying it could have happened over a year ago, right? Before I got here, I looked stuff up online about the school. I never saw anything about this.
So, in other words,
That must have all been part of the mastermind's plan. They lured us all in here. Someone who could create a place to judge and execute people could potentially be capable of anything. Of course, that's all assuming that this letter is real.
However,
If it is real, though, that does solve one mystery surrounding the school. The reason there are no other students here could be because the school had already closed down. That would be a nice, simple solution, it's true. But then what about this other part? Serious issues beyond our control have made it necessary. This is not the end for Hope's Peak Academy. What do they mean by serious issues? That's apparently why the school had to close. Is there any connection between that and what's happening to us now?
now,
If the two events are in fact connected. Uncovering that connection would be a useful clue on top of figuring out the mastermind's motive. Can't really say any more until we find more details. Only the mastermind knows the truth right now. I don't think that'll help too much. That is not what I pointed at. Yo, Waffle, 55 bits! That's nice of you. Thanks, buddy. That doesn't look like 55 in that one message, but I would guess like 30. But thanks to the 55 bits. It's all covered in dust.
so
Bits! Oh, look at your nice pink badge. It's broken. I tried pressing the power button earlier, but nothing happened. Alright, that's it.
listen to me.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how'd it go? Did anyone discover any interesting, new, anything?
Yes, indeed.
There's a library, and a pool, a freaking pool, and locker rooms filled with exercise equipment. There was not, however, anything resembling an escape route. She's right.
See,
Well, hey, there's no reason to get all sulky. Wait till you hear about my amazing discovery.
down and listen.
The warehouse and bathhouse on the first floor of the dorms are now open.
Hear me?
There it is. Okay. And the warehouse is chock full of food, clothes, and whatever you want. There's so much, it's insane. So go ahead and stuff yourself to the gills whenever you feel like. Ha ha ha.
you okay with this?
Keep in mind, of course, that going out at nighttime is still prohibited. Please do not forget.
Yo,
What about a fucking way out of here? You find anything like that? Oh, well,
what?
there wasn't anything in the warehouse we could use to get our asses out of here? Nothing? Unfortunately, no. Not that I saw.
Hey, come on.
You fucking people.
What?
Who gives a shit if we have a goddamn pool now? Or a warehouse? Or whatever the fuck?
Stop fucking around.
We're still trapped in this piece of shit school. We need to find a goddamn way out. Now, there's no point in taking your anger out on us. I mean, Kind of helps. Well, taking your anger out on anything kind of helps. Not on people so much, but I get it. Adaptation is the key, yes? For now, we must each find a way to enjoy our current situation.
You piece of...
Whatever you say, you fucking loon. For now, let's just continue our investigation and let everyone know if you should discover something.
So then,
Are we done for today? Well, yeah, I guess so. Okay. Dang it, I want to visit the shop. I want to buy some goodies. Is the glass bulletproof?
This is a school announcement. It is now 10 p.m.
I don't know if they'd even give us guns, so I don't think it's bulletproof. But it could be.
As such, it is officially nighttime.
What about in the dining room? Because you could see the trees outside. I don't know if that's like a courtyard or just a big window. Or if it's like a fake window.
Soon the door
But I think
to
that's
the
what it's
dining
talking about.
hall will be locked, and entry at that point is strictly
But yeah, every other
prohibited.
window is covered with metal plates.
Okay then. Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night. Sleep tight.
Yeah, whatever. Guess I'll just go to bed. Welcome to the Monokuma Theater! I'm gonna not read these out loud, because it's a dream. At least, to me, it's a dream. Perfectly average cardboard cutout.
You see what I mean, right, Mr. Monokuma?
Okay. Courtyard fake window thing. Okay. It's like the only place where we can see trees.
Good morning, everyone. It is now 7 a.m. and nighttime is officially over. Time to rise and shine. Get ready to greet another bee. Oh, that's right. I wanted to let you know that your e-handbooks have been updated. New
New rule?
regulations have been added, so please take a look and enjoy your school life.
Imagine
more than
waking
ever
up at
before.
7 a.m. Loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. I don't know. Let's take a look. Regulations. There it is. All right. Yep, Psych is kind of gone.
hey Makoto.
Is everyone here already?
Yo, yo, yo!
Nope. Still waiting on Byakuya and Taka. That is strange.
Let's see.
There is one problem. I am thirsty.
Hey, come on.
How the hell is that a problem? Have you ever not been thirsty, Mondo? I feel like this is a problem that everyone has dealt with or will deal with. Like right now, I'm not thirsty. I just took a drink of water. Now I have no problems. Would you make me some tea? I swear to God, if this guy makes a teabagging reference, I am going to kill him myself. I'm getting the hell out of here. Milk tea, if you please.
Well,
Why me?
let's see.
Your roundish figure reminds me of the owner of the coffee shop I used to frequent. Okay.
This is fine.
I can feel my throat drying out. Quickly, please.
Oh,
Thank God. Okay. She can control Hifumi. Wow. So that's good to know. Thank you for waiting. Finally. You could have made some for the rest of us, you know.
There's no way to think about this in a common sense kind of way.
You're not my type at all. Okay. It's all about the law of casuality, basic instinct, act and react. Hifumi only likes 2D. Okay. Yeah, we did learn that last time. I think he did what Celeste asked because Celeste has a very 2D personality. That was a jab. A small smile played across her lips as she held the teacup delicately in her hand.
oh,
Wait. Oh, Jesus! But you right. All the people are 2D. I mean... Don't tell him that. Hifumi might have an existential crisis and find everybody attractive, and we don't need him hitting on everybody. Let him believe that he's 3D so that he only likes 2D people. I hate this kind of tea.
yes, indeed.
Imagine we are at a coffee shop, just any normal everyday cafe. I sit down and order some tea. They ask me, would you like lemon or milk? Now further imagine that I replied, yes, I would like milk tea, please. In this case, along with my tea, they may bring me a small container of milk, yes? Hina is not 2D. I'm just saying. That's a reference to something, but you know. I'm gonna stop being vague. She has the biggest boobs of everybody here. I am among those who prefer the milk to be part of the process from the outset. The fragrance is just so overwhelmingly sweet that way. She's a swimmer, so like an easy choice. Is that like a plus for people? Is that the deal maker if she's a swimmer? To me, that's like it could be a thing you do, but that's not like, oh my god, she's a swimmer? When can we start dating? Not judging you, of course, it's just that's not my, like, go-to person. There's a screenshot later, you'll like Psycho. Oh, we're gonna get Hina in a swimsuit. Whenever looking for a cafe, I first review their menu to see if it offers the proper style of milk tea. And I cannot acknowledge any milk tea that does not add the milk during the brewing process. Wide-eyed bewilderment? I'd have to say mega ultra confusion. You wanted me to go even farther? I realize that can be a bit of a hassle. Even in cafes that offer proper milk tea, it is always more expensive than simple tea with milk. Watch a lot of VOD later. Gotta work. Have a good day at work, Psycho. If you're back in like 7-8 hours, may or may not be at the end of the third case or the third chapter. Either way, have a good day at work. Take some more time to prepare, surely, but why even bother creating a menu if you're not going to offer the highest level of quality? We don't actually have a menu.
Little bitch.
Oh my god, she's transformed. What is that on her finger? Hurry up and bring me what I asked for, swine. I do so love coercion. You're like a totally different person just now. Yeah. You really went psycho there. Oh, Psycho just left. I would have liked the name drop. Alright. Sorry, Psycho. Right after you left. I'd hate to have her as an enemy. One of. Bad news, everyone. There is a mystery afoot. It would seem Byakuya refuses to leave his room. I stood there pressing his doorbell over and over, but he never showed himself. Maybe he just wasn't there.
Maybe.
I'd like to think so, but I'm worried something might have happened to him. It's the next day. Are we really going to start murdering already? I wanted to make friends with someone before we had to do another investigation class trial.
Listen to me.
I was just about to suggest the same thing.
What's your problem?
Stop trying to one-up everyone. I'll check his room one more time. I'm gonna keep on hammering that button until I get a response.
Well then.
Before it's, you know, too late. Alright, yeah, let's check the second floor. The bathhouse is open now, but I kind of want to take a gander. What's up, Mondo?
Yo. Hey, come on.
He's got his head stuck so far up his ass, who knows what's going on with him. Figured maybe he was taking a bath or something. You a morning bath kind of guy?
Hell yeah.
After spending all night riding your hog, wind in your face, there's nothing better than a morning dip. Hot water loosens you up, and the heat of your soul gets your heart and body pumping. I'll have to take your word for all that.
What?
What, you don't know what I'm talking about? Fucking
Hell yeah.
nerd. Guys gotta expose themselves to each other, you know? What? Come with me next time, you'll see. It's not like you've been riding your hog here in the school, right? Why is that in quotation marks? What does that mean? Oh, there's one open. Okay. Didn't matter. Hell yeah. Massage chair. There's a coin in it, booyah. No, that's everything. Alright. This bathtub is huge. Nice. Okay. Some new rooms. Nice steam room. Bathhouse. Alright, let's get some presents. Hell yeah, give it a shot. New ways for people to get murdered. Oh yeah. Oh, I got some britches. Ah, the skull of something. Celeste might like that. Is that a chocolate bar or some kind of makeup? Can't tell. Tea bag, maybe? Body armor? Oh, lucky! Oh, double lucky! I got a rock. Alright, 90 coins is a good. Oh, I got a baseball. Too soon. I got more britches. Alright, I got some items, some like trinkets to trade people to become their friends.
Hey. So,
Library. This is where we found him, right? I cried out in sudden surprise. Okay. You'd think he'd be dead, but when you cry out in sudden surprise at murder high, yeah.
Hey, what are you doing? I'm fishing. What does it look like I'm doing? I'm trying to read, so if you could be quiet.
Oh, sorry. Wait, no! What are you doing here? Everyone's super worried. We've all been looking for you.
Who asked you to do that?
Because we're all supposed to meet up in the morning and eat together. We made a promise.
You don't break a promise, Makoto. Have you ever watched any anime ever? Friendship beats everything.
A promise?
What is a promise but the start of a friendship?
Can't I get a second's peace and quiet around here?
Smooth and silent as a shadow. So this is where you've been hiding. The heck are you doing here, man? We were very concerned. You had no reason to be. I was just reading. Never read such a coarse novel before, but it might just prove useful at some point.
well,
What were you reading? Mystery novel.
well.
Are you gonna use what you're learning in there to betray us? Don't be stupid. It's just something to keep in mind. What?
Naturally.
If I decide to fight, of course I'll come up with something original. Otherwise, this game of ours will be totally boring, right? It's not often you get to take part in such a high-stakes, high-tension activity. So if you're going to do it, you have to make sure it's entertaining. Mm-hmm. Let's keep an eye on him. He seems to like it here. The fuck do you mean game? That's fucked up. But it is a game. It's a game of life or death, which can only have one winner. That's all there is to it. He is right. It's a zero-sum game. Huh? It's part of a game theory. But that's just... No, we're not doing that. A mathematical model. In game theory. What we are going through now is called a zero-sum game. In this type of game, in order for one person to gain something, another must necessarily lose something. In other words, it's a situation in which participants must compete for position or resources.
I see.
You mean like a kind of elimination match? Entrance exams, sports tournaments, job openings, most social interactions fall into this category. Everyone must scramble to obtain something which is limited. For you to succeed, someone else must fail. This also applies to the school life we have been subjected to here. In this case, our limited resource is that only one of us can successfully become the Blackened.
So, in other words,
So this game was designed from the beginning to force one of us to try and defeat all the others. That can't be what they had in mind. This is why adaptation is so crucial. If those who want to escape were to disappear, there would be no reason to continue playing the game. Why would I want to stop playing? It's so much fun. So much fun. It sounds as if you do not acknowledge even the possibility that you may lose, am I right? Of course. You do not speak like the others, exactly what I would expect from the Togami heir apparent. You know, me too. I feel like I don't know. I feel like they're gonna work together to try to kill someone. Even though that's kind of like... Does it work?
Just a second.
But what if you end up dead?
not possible.
I won't. It simply isn't possible.
You son of a bitch!
Who the fuck do you think you are? You know, I still just can't believe it.
What?
Believe what? That an uneducated, brain-dead, useless piece of garbage like you has survived this long. Jesus Christ.
Piece of shit!
I'm gonna fucking kill you!
Can you repeat my
Like I said, I won't die. You keep saying that, but... Do not bother arguing with him. For him, the concept of losing simply does not exist. He is the ultimate affluent progeny, after all. A boy raised to succeed from the day he was born. He considers victory his destiny, and has lived his life accordingly. Tests and challenges are merely ways for him to stand victorious, even if it is a life and death situation. Is that not so, Byakuya? At least one of you seems to understand.
Isn't it wonderful?
It is because I am the same as you. Games are meant to be won.
That's enough.
Are you trying to suggest we're on the same level? Close that vulgar mouth of yours. Well, I do apologize. That was quick. Let me just say this to all of you. You all need to try harder. If an opponent isn't going to give it their best, where's the fun for me?
No.
That's a terrible way to look at it. This is the easiest way for somebody else to get out of here successfully. All they have to do is not kill Byakuya or Celeste. Pin the blame on one of them who's so sure that they're going to win the game. And then everyone will think, oh, it's just them trying to win the game. Let's vote for them. And then Monokuma's like, nope, you picked wrong. It was actually Chihiro. She fooled you all. And then Chihiro gets to leave. I don't think Chihiro's capable of murder. But I feel like if it came down to it, she'd definitely get away with it. That's the #1 way to get away with murder. Is to not look like a murderer.
It's because
This isn't a game. Our lives are on the line, you know? To kill your own friends is... it's horrific. Friends? Who decided that? We're not friends. No, quite the opposite. We're in competition. We're enemies.
But
You know. But what? Stop trying to force your contradictions on me and just accept what I'm telling you.
Come on.
If you have something to say, say it. Otherwise, keep your mouth closed.
I'm sorry.
Stop fucking around.
Hey, shithead, you get off on bullying people that can't fight back? You want to try that on me? So you're back to pretending to be friends, huh? How long do you think that's going to last?
Piece of shit.
Fuck you! Is that all you can say? It's unfortunate you would waste your breath on such empty gibberish.
You son of a bitch.
That's it, you're fucking dead. Is there a rule against, like, regular old fist fights? Because I'd love to see Mondo just clock him. They said murder is fine as long as you get away with it. What about fist fights?
Piece of shit.
I am calm! How is this calm? I don't have any intention of working with the rest of you any longer. To cooperate during an elimination game is... well, frankly, it's a waste of time, and I hate wasting my time. That's... okay, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I watch a show called Big Brother. And, yeah. Playing by yourself is not the way to play. What you do is you get people to eliminate others that are like your biggest competition, and then you go for the win yourself when there's nobody like useful remaining. Get other people to murder other people, turn on them because you know that they're guilty, pin it on them, they die, there's less competition. Easy peasy.
Not possible.
Engaging in friendly group meals is out of the question. Someone could easily poison our food. I'd rather not become part of the Last Supper just yet.
Shit.
Quit talking like you're in a fucking movie or something. All I'm saying is that ultimately, you are all free to do whatever you want on your own. Goodbye.
But
Was he serious about all that? He was, without a doubt.
fuck with me.
Well, fuck him then.
maybe.
But what he said, he might not necessarily be wrong. Can you say for sure someone won't poison our food? Come on, you too, Toko?
Anyway,
It's not like anyone would care even if I was gone, right? It's because she's so ugly. Actually, I bet you all want me gone. You all think I'm disgusting. Ah, damn it. Yep. None of us think that.
telling you.
You just think you don't think that. Oh my god. I know some people like to play the victim, but this is just totally out there. You think I don't know, but I do. You want me gone. And I'm sure the rest of you want the same thing, don't you? Just let her go. Once she gets going like that, there's nothing you could say to bring her back. Chihiro is a baby, or she's like... No, never mind. I'm the same way. I can't fucking deal with confrontation. Even if they're making sense. Alright. I'm tired already. Free time! Alright, let's make some friends. Who are we gonna be friends with? I kind of want to be friends with one particular person, at least. Just gotta find him or her. Chihiro is absolutely precious. And once, if there is ever a case where she actually murdered someone, that will be the biggest shocker of the entire game. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hold on. I don't think I need to be all the way out here, but... I forgot about this. Chicken leg. There he is.
You hear me?
When you see someone naked, you can tell at a glance whether they're trustworthy or not. What? Which is why it's necessary for us to bear ourselves to each other.
Understand?
I was totally just about to talk to him to become friends with him. I don't know if this is the type of bonding I'm willing to do with you, Taka. But yeah, let's talk about something else.
Count on it.
Alright, when the body is naked, so is the soul, so get to stripping down. What? We did? What the frick? That's alright, I got nothing to hide. Taka and I grew a little closer today. A lot closer than I ever expected. But, yes, definitely. Let's give him a present. Anything to get my mind off of what just happened. Royal curry? He's gonna want something wholesome. Blueberry perfume. Max gloves. Glasses. Roller slippers. I mean, leaf covering. Is this exactly what I'm thinking? We did just bear ourselves to each other. I feel like he might like a little Adam and Eve type of accessory. Moonrock. Water flute. You mean a bong? What is Oblot? Ancient tour tickets. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna give him the I'm gonna give him the leaf covering. After what just happened. This isn't like a bribe or anything, right? It's just a gift from a friend. Yeah, totally. Thanks, Makoto. Cool, now he can bear himself all over the school. So weird. Let's really talk. What do you say? Sure, that's fine. Let's get down to brass tacks and find out where we stand on all the big issues. What should we discuss? Politics? The economy? International affairs? Oh, that's him. Instead of a big serious discussion, can't we just have a normal conversation? That's the best way to learn about people, I think. What do you mean by a normal conversation? For example, what do you like to do in your spare time?
Listen to me.
Study, of course. I'm a student, aren't I? A student must be a studying professional. And of course, my duties as the chairperson of the Morals Committee keep me quite busy as well.
You understand?
It's my duty to foster an environment in which we can all focus on our studies. Okay, what else? Like when you're at home, do you just have... Or you just have some time to kill? If I have time to kill, I study. This is fun. Okay, my turn, Makoto. What do you like to do in your spare time? I will only accept one possible answer. You know, just normal stuff. Watch TV, play video games. Huh? This helps you study? How? No, it's not about studying. It's just for fun, you know? But doing things just for fun serves no purpose. There must be more to it. You wouldn't spend your valuable time doing something useless, would you? He can insist all he wants, but in the end, maybe there is a good reason. Like getting into something, talking to people about it. Actually, no, it's not. You know how it's useful? It gives you something to talk about with other people. Something to talk about? Like when you see something awesome on TV or some awesome game and you just want to share it with someone? You find other people who feel the same way, and that's how you make friends, see? What? 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 It... Did... It... Are you...
This is ridiculous!
I once was blind, but now I see! What the heck? That kind of thing has plagued me for years. I've tried making friends, but whenever I would make conversation, it would die after a few minutes. And now I finally found the answer. I need to study more games, more TV shows. No, you don't need to study them. I'm so ashamed of myself. If there was a hole somewhere around here, I'd totally go hide in it. I let it get to me. I wasted all that time. I never saw the blind spot in my studies. I love this dude. We just bared ourselves to one another, but he's such a character. I love him so much. I'm a complete embarrassment. I'm not qualified to even be on the morals committee, let alone lead it. I don't really think it's that big a deal. Thank you, Professor Makoto. Professor? You've taught me a most valuable lesson. You've earned my respect and the title of Professor. That's gonna make things super awkward. There's no need to be modest, Professor. This guy's so fun. I can't wait for your next lesson. And until then, I will strive to learn as much as I can on my own. Well then, Professor, by your leave. How is he going to study games and music and shows? Attentive influence. Okay. I'm friends with Makoto. And I know way too much about him now. Alright. We gotta make one more friend. No, I'm friends with Taka. I said Makoto. My own name is Makoto. I'm already friends with Mondo. I'm friends with Taka. And I'm friends with Chihiro. Junko's dead. Don't really want to be friends with you. I feel like having you as a friend would be very beneficial to me. I really don't want to listen to Toko call herself ugly in front of me again. I could have multiple friend interactions with one person. So I can okay. So if I were to talk to Mondo again, would he talk about bikes still, or would I just learn something more? Like another character trait I haven't seen from him yet? Or backstory, maybe? Okay. I'm gonna increase the
the quantity of my friends first. Because chances are one of them's gonna die like Sayaka did. I'm sure Psycho would like it if I became friends with Aoi. Aoi. One of these two. I'm gonna go with Aoi, because chances are, even if I become friends with Toko, she's still gonna call herself ugly in front of people and make other people feel bad. And, yeah, I don't want to deal with it. Dining hall? Okay. Do I have something to give her? Most guys hate the smell. That might wash right off of her if she goes swimming. There's absolutely no demand for them. Hifumi would like that. The latest style from premier Gothic Lolita fashion label Wonder Dungeon. I wonder who this is for. Not saying Aoi would not like it. But yeah, that's clearly meant for Celeste. Does it skip to the next one? No. It doesn't actually exist in this reality. Alright. Know who that's for? The cost of their soul and senses. Moonrock? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's been out of print for a while. Okay. Alright, I don't really have a present for her yet, so I'm gonna buy one. Psycho would like it if I became friends with Aoi. Let's see what we can get. Let's do one coin. Pretty small chance of repeating. Yeah, it's only 20%. Until it gets to like past 40, I'll probably just do one. Wow. Okay. Maybe not. This is really bad. Pecans? Okay. There we go. A little bit better.
gun? Moon rock. Ugh. Excuse me. That looked like it might be a swimsuit. Maybe. Scarf? Cool. Okay. Ration. Certain snakes? Oh, sunflower seeds. Okay. Don't think... Alright, we found the perfect gift. This design concept is to become one with the water, and it claims to increase swimming speed by 10%. If she doesn't already have this, she's going to love it. It's the perfect gift for her. Okay. Where is she at again? Dining hall. It might have just said that I could warp there, but I'm just gonna walk. Alright, I'm starting to get the layout a little bit more. I feel like once I teleport, it's gonna be way too easy. The key is not the will to win. Everybody has that. It is the will to prepare to win that's important. That's a quote from the famous basketball coach Bobby Knight. So it's like, we have to work hard, you know? Yeah. I was thinking of going to the pool for a quick dip. You should come with me. Alright, we'll do. That's a normal person thing to do, to hang out. We go for a swim. She obviously, like, destroyed me if we were to race each other, but, you know, still. Not strip down and see what it's like, or whatever. Here you go. It's perfect. What? I can keep this, right? Right? Yay! Ultra stoked. Seeing Hina so pleased with something I gave her makes me happy. Oh man, oh man. What's up? I'm getting totally fired up. How come doesn't matter? Now that I'm revved up, I need to get it out. Let's race. I don't think that's a good idea. I wouldn't stand a chance anyway.
That's right.
Really? Well, I don't mind a solo run. You always seem so excited, Hina.
What's your deal?
Are you making fun of me? No, I'm just impressed. Really? Howdy face. I used to know this one guy. He was always like, Hina, you're like a super spaz. Super spaz? Yeah, like you'd see me wearing shorts in winter and he'd say stuff like that. But if you lose to the cold like that, it just means you weren't dedicated enough. Wow, you did stuff like that and didn't get sick?
You got it all wrong.
Getting sick is for the weak. If you're really dedicated, winter means even lighter clothes. Alright, I'll accept what you're saying, I guess. It's all part of your training. So, like, are you the type who gets sick easy? Actually, yeah. See, you're soft. You need more training. Okay, I've got the perfect remedy to keep someone like you fit as a fiddle. What kind of remedy? Actually, I do this myself every morning. You strip down to your waist, then take a dry towel and start rubbing down your bare skin. Oh, I call it, what do I call it again? A way to keep healthy by stripping down, rubbing a towel across your skin. Stripping? Towel treatment? I don't think it's a bamboo beatdown. It's definitely not yoga. Yoga usually involves a top. Usually. Something like towel treatment?
You got it.
Oh my god, yeah, that's it. I love going out, what? On my apartment balcony. Stripping down, feeling the wind on my skin. God, it feels so amazing. I never let a morning pass without getting in a good rub down. Wait, so you went on your balcony and stripped down. And you were okay with that? She's in high school, by the way. You should give it a try. If you haven't got your health, you haven't got anything. I'd hate to see you catch a cold or something. Okay. That turns out people in this game love to get naked. After being introduced to a unique sickness prevention method, I went back to my room. Hina goes to her balcony, and Taka likes to do that in front of others, so that was a very interesting day.
This is a school announcement. It is now 10 p.m. As such, it is officially nighttime. Soon the doors to the dining hall will be locked, and entry at that point is strictly prohibited. Okay then, sweet dreams, everyone.
He just, yeah, he says the same thing. It's the Monokuma Theater! What's going on this time? I have a tendency to stare.
I was in the bathroom, just looking at myself in the mirror.
What? Monokuma female confirmed?
Good morning, everyone. It is now 7 a.m. and nighttime is officially over. Time to rise and shine. Get ready to greet another beautiful day.
Alright, yep. But is this everyone? Feels a little small. Yaki and Toko had stormed off yesterday. Wasn't too surprising they hadn't come today. Even the table looks bigger somehow. I assume that is because 3 people are dead and 2 are abstaining. Yeah, with 5 people missing, I guess it would feel kind of empty. Still, I know Byakuya is whatever, but shouldn't we go check on Toko?
You're serious?
I vote no. She's super annoying. How could you be so cold? You are like a piece of rock candy.
You hear me?
What? No, rock candy isn't cold, it's sweet!
Shit.
Anyway, Byakuya is the real problem. If we don't keep an eye on him, he might really kill someone. You could see it in his eyes. We got no choice. Get some rope. We're gonna have to keep him bound and gagged. It's going a little overboard. He's right. In this situation, there's nothing scarier than when an ally turns loose cannon. It's just like when we were kids and someone would go crazy at sports day or whatever. What the fuck are you talking about? You gonna use the rope to do tug of war or something? Idiot.
Can't be.
I'm not an idiot. You're an idiot! Got him.
Damn you!
Who are you calling stupid? Oh, you guys are making Chihiro cry. You don't look so great.
Oh.
I'm just going through a little self-loathing. After what Byakuya said to me yesterday, I got so nervous I locked up. I couldn't say anything. Mondo ended up having to help me out, and even he said I was someone who can't fight back.
Oh.
I hate how weak I am. Aww. So Mondo made you depressed.
What?
What? How's it my fault?
Come on.
I wasn't trying to be mean. Besides, girls are just naturally weak anyway, right? Wow. Oh my god, Mondo. Are you crying? It's because you were screaming like a lunatic.
Hey, come on.
Come on, don't cry. It's my fault, okay? I won't yell at you anymore. Really? Not sure I can believe that.
Huh?
Just shut up.
What?
I got it. I'll make you a promise as a man.
Huh?
What? Promise as a man?
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe I mentioned this before, but ever since I was a kid, there was one thing my brother told me over and over again. He said that no matter what, a real man always keeps his promises. That's what he left me. Left you? Oh yeah, my brother's dead. Oh.
That's true.
Anyway, I don't want to talk about it. Don't want to make all you guys cry.
Yo.
Anyway, so you can trust me when I make that promise. So you don't gotta cry anymore. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mondo. Sure. But I still don't like how I am right now. I have to get stronger. If I'm so weak anything can make me cry, that's not good. Still, don't stress out too much about having to get stronger. No, I want to get stronger. Maybe I should start working out. I so hope Chihiro doesn't die, like getting crushed by weights or anything. In that case, I would be happy to help you out anytime. But then Miss Fujisaki would get smashed into a billion pieces. Shut up, you.
You know?
Finally cracked a smile, huh?
I see.
Yeah,
Thank you.
everyone, thank you. If we keep helping each other out like this, we're bound to get out of this crappy place sooner or later. I mean, someday, I'm sure. I mean, I could try to talk to him. I did say I was going to try to talk to Toko. Toko's in her room. Leave me alone. You don't have to pay attention to me. Just do whatever you want. She's blushing. Game. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? Maybe. She might like glasses. She do wear glasses. I mean, what's great about a pair of glasses than a backup pair of glasses, right? That's what I'm going with.
What? So I can't go on a date with you. If you're okay with that, I don't mind if you think about me. I guess she was pleased with it. I don't really understand how that was, like, happiness, but I'll take it. Does she want something? Toko? You wanted to talk to me? Well, I can't stop you, so talk already. Okay, what should I say? What do you like to do in your spare time? Why do you want to know? Well, I mean, you know, we're trapped in here together, right? We're gonna be friends. It'd be nice to get to know each other. What did you just say? Oh no. After that part about being trapped, we're gonna be what? Friends? What do you mean, friends? You think I'm stupid? You're trying to trick me. I've already been hurt once before. I'm not gonna let it happen again. Been hurt? What happened?
Anyway.
Come on, you don't really care about me. I mean, no, but I want to make sure you don't murder me. Even I know that. No, that's not true. Fine, then tell me. Tell you what? You know why they call me the ultimate writing prodigy, right? Yeah, sure, you won all kinds of literature prizes and stuff. Then tell me what I'm good at. Tell me what my genre specialty is. If you really want to convince me you give a crap, you should at least know that. Romance. Nobody died yet, it's just we think people might die. It's romance, of course. You actually knew? Of course I knew. Your biggest success was So Lingers the Ocean, right? Everyone says it's your masterpiece. The book was such a hit that Fisherman shot to the top of all the hottest men polls, right? How did you know about that? There's no way you could care about me. I'm telling you I do. I mean, we're friends, aren't we? Oh, Waffle, I think you missed me becoming friends with Aoi. Or Hina. She told me that she likes to strip down on her balcony, gives herself a towel cleansing, and yeah, that was a fun thing to learn about her. Hina likes to strip. That's basically basically it. And Psycho watching this VOD is probably still recovering from that fact. And we stripped, yeah, I became friends with Taka, too. I didn't know if you were here for that part. But yeah, we, showed our true colors, if you know what I'm saying. Screaming like a banshee. Vocabulary. Okay. Do I still have free time? There's one more person I want to be friends with. You'd seen a Let's Play of it way back? Oh, gotcha. Cool, she's still there. It would not hurt to become friends with Sakura. It's gonna hurt my voice if I try to do that voice of hers, but I think we're gonna be good friends. So Tari would take my place either on my computer or his. I'll let you know when I leave. Alrighty. Sounds good, Brasros. I hope you're around for the end of the stream. If not, I'll see you when I see you.
closer today. I know exactly what kind of gift I'll give her. He'll come back. Alrighty. I'll see you when you get back. Little known book about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu that teaches high-level shoulder lock techniques. This is perfect for you. Are you sure it can have something so valuable? Makoto,
So then.
since we've already talked so much, it's okay to talk a little more, right? Yeah, she loved it. Of course she did. Trying to do Sakura's voice hurts mine too much, so I'm just gonna read hers normally. Sensation of your muscles cooling down after heating up during workouts. During a workout is the only true reward. No matter how many times I experience it, I never get tired of it. Do you exercise every morning, Sakura? Unless there are errands that I absolutely can't get out of, yes, I always do my training. If I don't, I feel restless for the rest of the day. I'm amazed you do it every single day. Doesn't it get tough? Can't say I've ever seen it as tough. It's all so that I can get stronger after all. And I have to keep on getting stronger because my destiny is to fight. From the day I was born, I've been fighting. Heaven sent me to live as its champion. Wow. My father was my master, and every waking moment was spent with him learning to fight. As a child, I sparred with boxing champions and hit the mat with wrestling gold medalists. I was no match for them when I first began, of course. But before long, they were no match for me. You actually started beating people like that? I'd say my specialty is solid stand-up that transitions into grappling and a strong ground game. Essentially, it's a complete approach. Anything else just wouldn't make sense. You can only become the best by reaching the top of each discipline, and then fusing them all together. Stand-up fighting, grappling, and a strong ground game? That could only be mixed martial arts.
Of course.
That's right. It's the most effective real-world fighting style, which is why I chose it. I don't want to just be the best in competitions. I want to be the strongest human on Earth. I wouldn't bet against you, that's for sure. Aren't you already the best? No, not yet. There's still someone I have to surpass. Until I can beat him, I'll never become the strongest. Her dad? Maybe I'll tell you about it another time if the opportunity presents itself. Okay. I might make him VIP if I do unmod him. But that's it. Nighttime. Wait, why are we going to get food? Make a murder mod then? She's also a VIP. I feel like if VIPs were useful, I'd have a lot more people as VIP than I would have as mods. And now I'm about to get roped into something like this. Actually, no. I guess I'm already roped in. What?
Listen to me.
Hey, Makoto! Perfect timing!
Hey, damn it.
I have a favor to ask. Oh god. What's up, Mondo?
Damn it.
Come on, Makoto, you've got to be our witness. Witness to what?
What?
This guy's been talking shit about me ever since day one. Calling me a coward and shit like that.
Corrupt.
You are a coward. That's why you turn to violence to solve all your problems. That's why you can't do what society asks of you. Why you want to walk around dressed like that. The fuck you say? You don't know shit.
Hear me?
You've already lost to yourself, but you're such a coward that you don't even realize it.
Damn you.
So what, you're saying you're not a coward? You think you're tougher than me? I know I am! Okay then, let's throw down. Prove what you got, what I don't got. Jesus. I accept your challenge! So that's what's happening, Makoto. You gotta be our witness. You're gonna throw down? You're not gonna, like, start punching each other, are you? There's a bathhouse on the first floor of the dorm, right? With a sauna inside? I see. A simple endurance contest, is it? Best VNs out there? Oh, but... What do you mean by VN? That is an N, right? Yeah. Oh, visual novel. Okay. I'm kind of loving it. The one up it has over Phoenix Wright so far, and it's already only chapter 2, is that every character remains the same. Obviously, you just learn more about them, but it's not new witnesses and new, like, locations. Because, I mean, still, Phoenix Wright is my favorite visual novel game, like, game series. But this is getting up there. We're going to see who could stay in the sauna the longest, am I right?
Piece of shit.
Goddamn straight. Alright, one of these people is going to get melted. And the other will be a murderer. Are you guys really going to go through with this?
Stop fucking around.
Shit, yeah. He'll be done in a matter of minutes anyway. People like him are, without exception, all talk.
Throw down.
Bring it on. Let's make things interesting. Wouldn't want to win without a challenge, right? Interesting?
Son of a bitch.
We're gonna battle with all our clothes on. It's an important point. After becoming friends with Taka, I know he's not down for that, but that's the real challenge.
Ridiculous.
That's idiotic. Suicidal. It's also a bathhouse, so of course it makes sense to take your clothes off in it. Whoever overheats the fastest loses.
You wanna fight?
What, you afraid? You're going to regret this.
Stop fucking around.
Shut up and let's do this.
Hey, Mondo.
What? He took his clothes off.
What asshole? You can take off your uniform, you know? Go ahead. I won't judge. And you can shut the fuck up and mind your own business. I mean, look at you. Your face is all red. What are you, one of those goddamn hot spring monkeys? It just so happens I was born with a red face. You don't have to act all big, man.
Can you guys just, like, chill?
Act, you say? I'm still plenty good to go. I'm so good, I could eat a steaming hot bowl of soup right now.
Then an hour? What?
Don't you think it's about time?
Couldn't play Fall Guys, so I'm watching this. Sounds good, Griffin. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. That's... You can't physically play Fall Guys because you don't have it? Or is it, like, down for maintenance, or... Don't you think it's about time you gave up?
What about you? You can't even hardly talk. Dumbass. Say whatever you want.
God.
Still, totally.
Servers are down for most people? Oh, I gotcha.
In fact, I'm starting to feel
I haven't tried Fall Guys yet, so I'm not really, like, following it. I heard servers are down yesterday, too.
That's probably not good.
He's starting to feel cold? Oh, God. I know you both want to prove how big of badasses you are, but don't you think you've done enough? Jesus. Okay.
It looks kind of fun, but I'm afraid that if it doesn't like get constant updates or like new game modes, that it might like die soon. It looks very customizable, so I'm pretty sure if people were like allowed to make their own levels and stuff, that is what will keep Fall Guys going. But if it doesn't have that, I fear it's a matter of time. It's a great concept though. It's like a mini games. It's just like mini game battle royales. They did this all night?
This is a school announcement.
Oh,
It is now
come on.
10 p.m.
I thought we already got that announcement.
As such, it is officially nighttime. Soon the doors to the dining hall will be locked, and entry at that point is strictly prohibited.
Heading out now. Sounds good. I'll see you when I see you. I'll tell you, I'll catch you up whenever you get back. But yeah.
Okay then, sweet dreams.
Well, that's not good. What if they get locked inside?
In a true competition, there's no such thing as a tie. You win or you lose. That's the only thing that matters.
You're both going to die.
You son of a bitch.
There aren't any custom lobbies right now. I'm pretty sure they're gonna add that soon if they're not already in the game. Can you like group up with people, like friend-wise? Who's died right now? I'm on chapter 1, or no, I'm on chapter 2.
Push you right up to the gates of hell.
So after one of these two idiots die, Junko, Sayaka, and Leon all kind of bit the dust. Come tomorrow morning, you'll fall down in front of me. Down on your knees, I'll show you where to do it. Big talk from someone whose face is about to explode. Right back at ya! Hi, Atari. Why does everyone call us Junko? What? Mod Malhana's gone. She didn't die in the first 5 minutes. That was like the first 30 minutes? No. No, the first chapter was like a good 8 hours. Oh, cosplay. Okay. Cos means cost butt. Everyone costs is Junko? Junko? It's because she's hot. That's all there is to it. I think I called her Junko. That's offensive. Junko. Alright. Yeah, I may or may not cosplay as one of these characters next time I go to a convention. Probably not going to be Junko, of course, but... But honestly, I would kind of like to cosplay as one of these people.
That's why I'm still alive, because I don't know. That's why I desperately cling to life.
What is up with the Monokuma Theater? It's like a psychedelic nightmare.
Good morning, everyone. It is now 7 a.m. and nighttime is officially over.
I swear to God, if they're
Time to
both
rise
dead,
and
that's gonna be so embarrassing.
get ready to greet another beautiful day.
I hope Mondo and Taka survived. Let's go check. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about, bro? Oh, they're fine. Thank you so much for acting as our witness yesterday. They've been like this all morning. They're all buddy-buddy as soon as they walked in. Feels gross. Feels gross? Hell no. Feels great, more like. This almost feels like sexual harassment somehow. Forget her, bro. A girl like her just doesn't get our manly bond. I know too much about you now, Taka, that I don't like that word. So, Atari, I decided to become friends with Taka. We stripped down. We took notes. Yeah, that's basically it. He wanted me to strip down to become friends with him because bearing each other is the truest sense to get one's soul or whatever. So, him discussing a manly bond makes me not want to know what exactly happened. Friendship between men is stronger than blood. A woman could never understand.
Ain't that right?
What you just said? Bro, that was cool as shit. I should get a tattoo of it. Only one of them stripped. I mean, when it comes to manly bonds, maybe the other one didn't need to. I'm gonna stop talking.
Without a doubt.
Oh, they're bros. No, bro, you mustn't. Your body is a temple, given to you by your loving parents. Who won the contest? Who gives a shit? Don't ask stupid questions. What matters is we both took part in it together. That's completely different from what you were saying last night.
I see.
Friendship between men seems very simplistic. Nothing like what I'm used to in girls. Yeah, for real. The room was dominated by Mondo and Taka's overpowering brotherhood. It was a pretty unfortunate experience. Okay. More free time? Oh, wait. Did someone force their way in? Hi, Toko.
What's your problem?
Am I really that annoying? Well, I already know I'm annoying. Came here knowing that, so that makes it okay. I just wondered what was going on. I have a favor to ask. I want you to go somewhere with me. Where is it you want to go? Well, the library. Why don't you just ask Byakuya? He spends all his time in the library anyway. If she goes to the library alone, Byakuya's gonna kill her. Maybe. Supposedly. You're not a blabbermouth, right? This has to be a secret. Honestly, I have no idea what you're talking about, but if you want me to be quiet, I'll be quiet. Then let's go to the library. Alright. Don't let him see you.
He's here. He's really here. Okay, Makoto, go talk to him. What?
What?
Stop being so loud. Just hurry up and go talk to him.
You go talk to him if you want to so bad.
I can't. I don't want to interrupt him.
So you're gonna make me interrupt him? Hey, buddy! Hey, you. What are you doing back here? I hate even having to look at you. Ah, so you noticed me, huh? Of course. Now hurry up and leave. And take her with you. Byakuya? Remember how you said, don't be a woman who dominates weak men?
be a woman dominated by strong men? What the what does that mean? Not any of that is good advice. I never said that. Well, actually, I just thought it sounded like something you might say. Okay. Get out. Do you mean Taka's? No, Toko's? Taka's the bro guy. Go take a bath, you smell.
Don't make me repeat myself.
Don't make me say it again. Go now before your stench latches onto the entire room. It's true, she hasn't showered since she arrived. Toko horny and smelly. He's in a bad mood. What is even going on? What? He told me to take a bath and everything. He must really care about my well-being. It gets worse. God, she's not gonna take a shower or a bath for weeks. And it's gonna get to the point where everyone's gonna tell her to take a bath, and then she's gonna be like, oh my god, you guys actually love me. Or she's obsessed with a psycho murderer. She's a simp? Z, no! Butt her. I don't think I'm gonna do that, but Spot. Do you think Byakuya and I would be good together? Well, now I don't really know.
Maybe.
There's really no way to know. But the distance between us doesn't change our love. As soon as you realize your feelings, the love is born. That's how love works. Z, if you understand, or if you watch the first part, you would absolutely hate Toko with a passion. I made up a good point. Do I have BTTV emotes? Some of them. I don't know how many I can have enabled. I think I have to confirm some over others. I think it's like a trial and error kind of thing. There's no POG, but there are some BTTV emotes that I have. Just not POG. That's how love works. But yeah, Z, I said something very smart, and I proved a point. And she was like, or it was something that like didn't make sense with what she said, and then she just retorted with, "Are you saying that because I'm ugly?" And I can't deal with her anymore. I don't know why I tried to be her friend yesterday. There might come a day when you understand. Maybe someday. Well, bye. Ah, young love. Who would have ever guessed you would go for someone like him? Some women need constant affection and reassurance. I don't know if that's like a spoiler for chapter 5. Like she might live until then. So I'm gonna stop you there. Girls are just weird. True. But eager passion can also be scary. Sometimes that leads people off in the wrong direction. You're good. It happens. Maybe I'll head back to my room for now. It's still daytime. Alright. Free time is when we can make friends. Alright. Z, since this is your first time watching, you get to choose my next friend. Even if I'm already friends with him. Here are
the wonderful people of Hope's Peak Academy. This is a visual novel. You will get spoiled about the first part because this will show people who have already died. If you want to just choose a name, you can. And I'll tell you if that's possible or not. I know 1 and 15 are both alive, though. Sayaka, I cannot be friends with her. Yeah, feels bad. God damn it, Z! She's not really possible either. You're just picking all the dead people. There's one... You get one choice. I'll become friends with whoever you pick. Yeah, and they were both dead! I also can't be friends with him because that is me. Celeste. Okay. You can spend Hannah's flub bucks on the dab. Okay, Celeste it is. I just gotta find her. There she is. Her name is Celeste. Dumb bitch complains constantly. Dang, dude. 2,000 flub bucks towards the dab challenge. And that's Hannah's money.
Most unfortunate.
Waffle did 5,000. We're getting close. This is Celeste. She is the ultimate gambler. Does this school not have a dry cleaning service? How terribly upsetting. What am I supposed to do if my clothes become soiled? I have the perfect gift for her, too. She's like 10k, it's fine. Okay. As long as you tell her before I have to that you spent 2,000 of it to try to get me to dab. She may or may not have been saving it. I don't know. Nope. You gotta tell her I have to. Otherwise she's gonna see 2,000 flub bucks missing. Normally, my pride would not permit me to allow you to be alone with me. She won't notice, but I will tell her. Because what a waste of flub bucks. I will allow you to entertain me for a while. I killed Celeste. No, I killed some time with Celeste. The dab is absolutely a waste. It always has been, and it always will be. If you want, you could just donate $10 to me and I'll dab, like, immediately. As you can see, at the bottom of my stream, I added a new incentive. No, I have the perfect present for her. I have too much of this one thing. And it's perfect. I already passed it. Where is it? The latest style from a premier gothic Lolita fashion label, Wonder Dungeon.
No, thank you.
I am the type of person who cannot decline a gift. I have no choice but to accept this, but I want to stress that it is only because of my sense of duty. I think she liked it. That's like her exact style. It's just weird to give a girl like britches. What is it? My perfect gambling strategy. Oh, here we go, chat. You ready?
Indeed.
Please pay attention. Britches are like... I think it was like underwear. Whatever the game, you must have a mind for strategy. This will allow you to increase your odds of winning. The exciting part about gambling is there is a power which can overwhelm any strategy.
Indeed.
That power is luck. Luck.
Really?
There are two types of luck, good and bad. Wait. She's saying the perfect gambling strategy is if you have luck or not.
Is that okay?
The bottom line is, luck is life. They were still kind of technically britches then. They just might have been under britches.
Well,
Do you see what I'm saying? That's your perfect strategy? I was programmed to have good luck when it comes to gambling. That's why I've never lost. You're the ultimate lucky student, yes? Does this perhaps exceed my own luck? One day, I hope to put that to the
I hope you are
test.
well.
Well then, have a nice day. Alright, you guys heard it here first. The best way to be the best ultimate gambler is to have good luck. You know what? This one goes out to every single one of y'all in the chat. Boom. Y'all just received all of my luck. Gambling's probably not a great idea for me. Alright. Now I'm gonna go gamble. Thanks, Nate. You're welcome. Just do it responsibly, with 0 alcohol in your system, and fake money. Like chips that you always have to return. Ah, Roxas. Wait, hold on, Roxas. That's a good quote. Hold on. We have to add something to the end of it. What quote is that? Quote 110? Okay. Yes, we have to add something to the end of it. It's lore related. Oops. Hold on. Okay. We're good. You'll figure out what the letters at the end mean soon enough, but we had to add that. But yeah, that's a good quote. Speaking of which, Waffle, it's almost time for me to do that, because we have 3 quotes left until I have to make it. Actually, just 2 quotes left.
A school announcement.
No,
School
3.
announcement.
Yeah, you'll figure it out. What was my first free time event? I guess it was the interaction in the library.
Nighttime is quickly approaching, but before it arrives,
Oh, this is new.
all students, please gather in the gym immediately. Emergency! Emergency!
Yeah, 3 more quotes, and then any mod can do the quote feature. But for now, it's only me, Brass Roses, controlled by Hannah, and Waffle. Because otherwise they have to have a letter at the end. A very specific letter. Alright, let's go to the gym. Someone dead? I don't know about that. Hi, Kyoko.
Indeed. Right.
Can't imagine it's going to be good news, but it's not a good idea to defy him here and now. Going on ahead. I'll see you there, Mondo. Code Kyoko? That sounds like a game. That sounds like a reference, if not a game. I wanna buy some stuff first. Oh yeah. I think you'll figure it out in due time. Alright, let's get some new stuff. That's not new. Code Lyoko? Can't say that I have. I am not getting luck. Oh, never mind. I was born with it. I already had that. Alright. 10 whole coins. We got some tea. Early 2010s TV show. I gotcha. No, I have not heard of that. Sounds kind of familiar, but I don't know what it is. Alright, gym is right here. Let's see what's going on. Are we doing more nighttime stretches? Well, Hifumi's still alive. I know Waffle's probably happy. Waffle, do you like Hifumi? Or are you gonna be all, quote, 109 about him? Zealander 4 is now playing Fall Guys. Enjoy your time playing Fall Guys, Zealander. You have mixed opinions. Hifumi makes me mauled. Normal high school kids go into this video game world and are superheroes. Neat. Sounds like a kid's show, though. Well, not kids show, but like Disney Channel. Disney or Nickelodeon, I feel like.
Well,
What might await us this time? He keeps things interesting, that's for certain. How's that funny? Can't you smile like a normal person once in a while? Disney? Booyah, called it. Depends on the mood. Like how the housewife on a classic TV show smiles at the end of an episode.
what the heck?
There's something totally messed up with you if you can laugh at a time like this. Which of us is actually messed up? What's that supposed to mean? Nothing in particular. Just admiring, that's all. I don't want to kill anyone, but I also don't want to stay here living in blind denial day after day. Oh, it's on Netflix. Neat. I was just admiring how you could live like that and still keep your sanity.
What is this?
I'm not in denial. Remember how you kept talking about how the police or whoever would come help us? How'd that turn out? It seems to me there's no sign of whatsoever of possible rescue.
Well,
That's just...
huh?
I wonder what actually happened.
Certainly.
It's strange, that's true. There's no way the police wouldn't know about it. We're right in the middle of a major urban area. The police suck! Okay. On the contrary, the mastermind may be just that powerful to take control of even the police. This might not be related, but then don't say it. Nope, gonna say it!
It's not like some occult mystery.
It's about last night. I was near the main hall, just staring off into space, when all of a sudden, I heard it. Aired in 03. Well, did it last for 7 years? That could still count.
Huh?
You heard what? A sound. I don't really know what it was. What kind of sound? Like I said, I don't really know. If I had to describe it, it was like construction site, I guess.
For serious?
I mean, I could just be making that up. I only barely heard anything. It ended in '07. Well, maybe the reruns were in 2010s? Then you definitely made it up. Must have been the sound of the ocean in that head of yours. Say what? What you talking about, Toko? What? Cutscene! That was the entire cutscene? Okay. What Hero heard wasn't the sound of construction, but it could have been an explosion. Or maybe a machine gun. Whew. That can kind of sound like a construction in a way. What are you talking about? Beyond this point, my mouth is zipped, my lips are sealed, I am fully puckered. It's a secret little secret. Let's move on to what you can tell us. Why did you call us all here? You don't beat around the old bush, do you? Ready for me to get to the point, huh? But before that, you mind if I vent a little? I'm low on energy these days. My stitching's even losing all its shine and luster. I'm thinking it's probably because of this ho-hum, boring old everyday life. I'm looking for something with a little more stimulation, something rife with danger and intrigue. Can I just be frank? The next Blacken hasn't showed up yet, and I'm getting bored.
Hey,
I've decided to come up with a new way to motivate you. Oh, God. Another set of videos or something? You're gonna show some demented thing to try and drive us all to murder? Drive you to murder? What a mean thing to say. Just awful. I don't know what you've got planned, but we're not going to kill each other anymore. No matter what you do, I swear to God we won't. That's very big talk. Do your best to back it up, okay? Now then, with your permission, let me begin. This time it's embarrassing memories and secrets. Nice. As long as you're alive, it's a given that there's things you don't want other people to know about you. So I did a little investigating of my own, and I dug up some of your darkest secrets.
and those embarrassing memories and secrets are all contained in the envelopes I have right here.
Oh no.
I'm going to hand them out now, so take a second to take a peek.
My entire body suddenly went rigid. Makoto, oh no! I can't let other people know about this. This is so embarrassing. Don't even read it, you guys. I know it's like an entire thing, but don't read it. It's not... Nope, it's not worth reading. You have 24 hours. If something doesn't become blackened by then, all your deepest, darkest, most embarrassingest secrets will be exposed to the world. Maybe I'll roll by a crowded intersection in a van strapped with loudspeakers and spill the beans. I can't let people know I wet the bed until 5th grade. This is gonna ruin my entire life. I know I'm in high school now and I've cleared that phase of my life, but I can't let people know that that's something in my past. That's not good. It's not good, you guys. So that's what you meant by motivate? You got it. They're all pretty unpleasant, trust me. None of you want me to reveal that stuff, right? Like, if he drives by my old high school and just, like, announces that to the world, I may or may not have to murder people. We'd never kill over something like that. I'm probably, like, the most, like, average, boring, darkest secret envelope there is, which is why mine is, like, such a joke. I'm pretty sure, like... I mean, yeah, secrets definitely get worse than that. Mine is just the simplest.
Count on it.
Your plan is doomed to fail. No one's gonna murder someone for this kind of thing.
This is kind of
Oh
depressing.
no. Is it because, for better or worse, your memory's still a way to connect to the outside world? I have stuff I wouldn't want anyone to know no matter what, so I assumed you'd all be the same. Which is why I put so much effort into preparing this next motive. Man, you're saying you really won't kill each other over this stuff? That just sucks. Well, what can you do? Okay, then in 24 hours, I'll expose all your secrets just to make myself feel a little better.
Okay.
So sad, so depressed. Fare not well.
So,
Maybe we dodged a bullet on this one. That seriously is not enough to give someone a reason to kill, right?
Listen to me.
Good news, everyone! I have a brilliant idea! Why don't we all just confess the secrets in those envelopes right here and now?
Without a doubt.
If we do that, any and all motive for murder will vanish. That's pretty smart, right?
Down and listen.
Now here we go. My embarrassing thing is... I'm not gonna lie, 2 nights ago, I stripped down naked in front of Makoto. And I kinda liked it. I don't want to hear your stupid story. Oh, I guess my secret is, I kinda liked it too. What? Besides, I don't want to talk about it. I don't care what anyone says. I don't want to talk about mine.
as for me,
Not because it isn't pleasant, but because it is impossible.
oh,
Her embarrassing secret was she actually lost once. It was at the basement of like a Pizza Hut, but she did lose a poker bet. Just one. She went home crying that day, but
Well, it's just human nature if you want to hear it when you say it's impossible. Come on, it'll be good for you. Absolutely not.
come on.
It's okay, just a little bit. Come on, come on, come on.
she gambled her breadsticks.
Here we go.
And she lost, which that does make it embarrassing, because who gambles breadsticks? You hold on to your breadsticks for dear life. You don't ever try to get more or less. You don't try to risk it and lose them. You human bag of lard. I agree with them. There's no need to discuss it. What do you think, Chihiro?
I'm sorry,
I don't really want to talk about it right now.
but
But I also don't want to leave the things the way they are, so maybe I can talk about it later. After I try my best to become strong, then I could tell everyone.
so,
If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. I'm not super excited to talk about it either.
That's true.
If everyone's that much against it, even if my bro's the one that suggested it, I gotta say no. Well, that's okay then. Either way, if it's just a few secrets, I'm sure nobody's about to kill anybody over it. Someone's got something like that, right? Oh, for sure. Someone's already probably a murderer, Mondo.
You hear me?
Having our secrets exposed isn't going to be fun, but it's not like we're gonna die because of it. So, you know, don't do anything hasty. Yeah, it's fine. Somebody will get murdered in the night and we won't know everyone's secrets, but
The way you keep repeating it makes me worry even more.
oh, okay, sorry. I know it's gonna be tough, but
Ding dong, bing bong.
As such, soon the doors to the dine. Okay then.
I don't need to hear that every time.
Of course.
We need to prepare for tomorrow. I am so... Oh, excuse me. So fine with letting people know that. I wet the bed until 5th grade. I'm in high school now, as are the rest of you. I've gotten over it. Don't worry, none of you are going to be sleeping with me since you all might be murderers. So I will not pee on you in my sleep if you do decide to sleep with me. Maybe I was just being optimistic. A tragedy was taking place. God damn it. Can we at least Can we at least learn the murderer's, like, secret, embarrassing memory or whatever that they didn't want to share at the end of the case? You could spoil that for me. Not what the secret is or who killed, but if that's revealed by the end. Because I assume someone's gonna wake up. We're gonna wake up, someone's gonna be dead. But is that person's secret that they so desperately tried to hide, will that get revealed? Monokuma makes the motive for a reason? Okay. I'll hear it, yeah? Okay, cool. I don't think I'll hear everyone's, just the murderers and why they did it. But okay. That's all I need to know. Thank you. Waffle, you still here?
Well, I'm not totally sure myself. Maybe you should try reading between the lines.
Okay. Morning. Good morning.
Good morning!
Jesus Christ! Glad to see you didn't disappoint.
Yep.
I wanted to spice things up, so instead of a school announcement, I decided to wake you up in person. What the hell for? Because it's fun. As long as I'm here, I figured I'd let you hear it right from the bear's mouth. Or what? Are you sure you should be acting this laid back? I mean, even though something happened to one of your buddy classmates?
Say what?
Your face is all blue, like someone on the verge of death. What happened? What are you talking about? That's for me to know and you to find out. Good luck! Was it... No what-ifs are pointless, especially now when... Oh gosh. Okay, who's left? There's only 4 people here.
Hey.
Damn it, he's not dead. Yeah, there's an uptime command. It should just be exclamation point uptime. Byakuya? You're the only ones here? Where's everyone else? Either they're already off trying to verify what Monokuma said, or they've fallen victim to the something that Monokuma mentioned.
Perhaps.
Can't be. Has it happened again? Something really did happen. Does that mean someone did it because of what happened yesterday? This stuff was just a bunch of old memories. Just old memories? Don't be so sure about that. Clearly someone felt it was more important than that. To judge someone else's values based on your own outlook, do you realize how dangerous that is? Why didn't you say something yesterday?
Naturally.
Did you already forget? This isn't a co-op game. It's every man for himself. What good does it do me to go out of my way to help you?
Just the worst.
Stop saying that already. There's something wrong with him for serious. Did he get brainwashed or something? That's not important. What matters right now is we find out what happened.
That's fine.
She's right. Let's all split up and begin looking. The game is afoot. Alright, that's probably not in the dining room. I'm pretty sure it was someone's bedroom. Actually, no, because knives. That was like last time. The knife's still missing one. Heyo, got a coin. Boop. Alright, probably gonna check the second floor and the bathhouse. I'm pretty sure that murder would take place in a new spot. Nothing looks out of place. Open locker. Nothing inside, okay. Fair enough. The sauna. Nothing. Nothing here either. Okay. I hope so. Depending on how long the second and third chapter take, like respectively, because I don't want to be streaming past like 1 in the morning. I was kind of hoping that this chapter would take like 4 or 5 hours. And then depending on how much time it actually does take, I'll do chapter 3. Or at least get a ways through chapter 3, but I also don't want to start a chapter and not finish it, you know? I guess I'll check classrooms too. Secret beauty? Okay. Well, Hiro's alive. Aoi's alive. Byakula's alive, and Sakura's alive. I just want to make sure nobody got murdered in there. Another classroom. I'm gonna guess the library. Is the killing spot. No? Did you find anything? Alright. Wasn't the library. Guess I was wrong. It's the second floor. Oh, the pool room. This is not good.
For this investigation, I have unlocked the doors. Please look around to your heart's content.
It's all clear now.
Just as I thought.
I see.
Judging from what he said, there's no doubt a murder really has taken place. The locker rooms, they're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed, wouldn't you agree? Seems nobody's searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls. So a girl's dead. Oh gosh. No! Damn it! Oh, I liked her. Damn it, that sucks, dude.
Very strange.
Most unusual, don't you think?
I see.
God, dude, that's just... Ugh. How could it not be brutal? That's not my point. This murder is far too bizarre for any everyday amateur to have committed it. Unlike with Sayaka, this murder was not a crime of passion or necessity. It's almost as if whoever did this did it for fun. You see what I mean, don't you? I heard screaming. Did something... Yeah, Chihiro's fucking dead. Damn it!
A body has been discovered.
Yeah, it
After
has.
a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
What?
If 3 or more people discover a body, an announcement plays to let everyone know. Imagine so that the search for the culprit can proceed fairly for everyone involved. Chihiro really is dead, yes. Fucking look at her! Of course she's dead!
Damn.
Holy shit, Sakura. Which means we are now in the same position once again. Fuck, man. What the fuck is this? This is a dream. It's all just a dream. In fact, I haven't even been born yet. I don't have any memory of ever being alive. Shut up. Bloody dumbbell. What? It has blood on it. For now, pay attention to the wall. I said it once already. There's a word written there.
So,
I don't think it's any kind of dying message. Oh, you think? Yeah, I'm sure Chihiro had the perfect opportunity to write that. Doesn't it sound kind of familiar? Scene of the crime, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. You're like a ghost, attacking suddenly, then slipping away before the police can catch up to him. Genocide Jack.
what is this?
It's the work of the real Genocide Jack.
No way!
That's one of us. We're Genocide Jack. I'm surprised at their stupidity. I can't imagine a worse situation than dealing with a stupid murderer. What is it now? Why? Gadunk. Did not sound good. I already have one suspect in mind. Just based on what I know so far. I don't know if I should write this one down as well. Because this time, I'm not 100% sure yet. I'm gonna write it down anyway. I'm gonna number it. Possible suspect. Suspect number 1. This particular person. Because I don't want people... I don't want to think that... I don't know. I have my own, like, way of thinking about it, and I don't want to, like, spoil it in case it's dead on. Okay. I have one suspect. Okay.
Oh.
So she's hemophobic. I imagine she does not watch too many horror films then. So, I mean, chances are, if she is, she probably didn't want to write bloodlust in giant-ass blood letters in blood font. Regulations prohibit sleeping, like on purpose.
Just a second.
To add 3 blind? Boop. Oh, did I spell Danganronpa wrong? Is it Ronpa or Rompa? What? It happens, right? Was I the only one? Fine. I'm fine. Yeah. Whoa, was that a dead body? Hey, are you dead?
What the heck?
She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. The world has a front and a back, top inning and a bottom, a sea of truth and a web of lies.
Well,
She sounds completely different. No, everything's fine. At least the stutter's all gone. That's a good thing, right?
I see.
It's clear to me that everything is not fine. Your eyes seem strangely vacant. It might be best if we take her back to her room for the time being.
so,
I don't mind taking her, but could someone help me? If you need help, I don't mind. Taka, could you help me? Boop. We don't trust you around unconscious girls, Ifumi, even if they're 3D. You could take care of the girl, and the rest of us can begin the investigation right away. I don't think he'll commit any crimes, it's just he's gonna drool a lot, and we don't need that. Rushing to an investigation? The mastermind isn't behind that. After what happened last time, surely you realize that.
Don't make me repeat myself.
There's no question that Chihiro was murdered by someone among us. Isn't that right, Monokuma?
Of course.
Right as rain. But don't take it as a bad thing. It's just a fact of life. Because that's how graduation works. God, dude. That's such a disturbing image. You guys got no balls, you know that? Is there just nothing down there at all? Well, I'll let you pray to mine if you want. What? Actually, I don't have any either. Sorry. Stop monologuing and give us what you came here to give us. You did bring it, right? I sure did, chum.
The Monokuma file.
Please do your very tippy top best on this investigation.
No way!
Of course we do. I have got to kill whoever killed the fucking cutest anime fucking wife, whoever.
Such ignorance.
Just accept it already. After all, blood is just a liquid. A dead body is a simple object. Very enthusiastic about all this, are you not?
Naturally.
How can I not be? If we don't unmask the culprit, we all die. But to jump into it so soon? What? Do you want to die? Fine. Go off and die somewhere. Right now. Go ahead. You're a waste of space.
Damn you!
A dead body is an object? Chihiro wasn't an object. Show a little respect or I'll beat some into you.
Calm down.
Everyone stop bickering. Listen, there's some truth in what Byakuya said.
Because
If we don't solve the mystery and find the killer, our own lives are forfeit. And if Byakuya is right that Genocide Jack is somehow the one who killed Chihiro,
that's right.
and unless we do something, more victims could start piling up. Forget more victims. If we mess this up, we're all dead meat.
Hey! Hey!
Hold on, hold on. If that's your worry, you don't gotta worry any longer. In any one killing game, the guilty party may only kill a maximum of 2 people. The cutest little bean. Yeah. She was like 4 foot nothing. She was adorable. And then, yeah. Okay. I now have a new answer. And I'm going to write why I think my first answer was wrong. But that person must remain my first answer. Okay. 4'10". Yeah, she was minuscule. I don't remember any rule like that.
Actually,
I just came up with it. I mean, if one person went around and killed everyone, your lovely student life would be all over, right? I was thinking about that earlier. Like, what if they just murdered everyone so there was no one to testify that you're the real murderer? Do you just get to graduate? If you're already, like, an experienced murderer, you don't need to have a class trial. Just kill everyone on sight, and then you get to graduate, because no one can declare you guilty.
So then,
Why not limit it to one person?
hey,
Well, in a good mystery, you don't want to miss out on at least the potential of a serial killer angle. That's why I think he just added it, because he just thought of that. Monokuma just thought of that himself. It's like, well, can't have everyone kill everyone in the entire school. It's fun for me to watch, but the class trial's the cool part. Plus, I love punishments. Speaking of my Monokuma voice.
punishment is waiting for you.
Farewell for now. I'll catch you guys at the class trial. So that means that we may or may not have just a bust of an we may have a bust of an investigation. And then this dumb fucking murderer decided to kill 2 people. In which case, at the end of this trial, also will be down 3 people. 2 murdered, 1 murderer, who will then get punished. That's either going to happen in this case, or some case, or some chapter later in this game. Guaranteed. I can't say I understand his thinking, but if we can kill up to 2 people, then 1 more person's life could still be in danger.
Interesting.
Just definitely not good. We need to uncover the culprit before something else happens.
You son of a bitch!
You need to shut the fuck up.
So,
Well, for now, Taka and me are gonna drop Toko off at her room. Nice. I'm gonna get dropped off.
there is nothing to be done.
There is no time to stand around here. We must begin our investigation toot sweet.
If we do not solve the mystery of who killed Chihiro,
Okay.
then we will quickly follow her into the afterlife. We have to do it. We don't have any other choice. Alright, let's investigate. The victim was Chihiro Fujisaki. Rest in peace. Time of death is estimated to be around 2 a.m. Body was discovered in the girls' locker room on the second floor of the school. Blow to the head with a blunt object. She was killed instantly. Ah, that's kind of good. Alright. It sucks that she was killed, but she didn't suffer. Okay. Did you need something from me?
Naturally.
Of course. Life without purpose is quite dull, you know. So what did you need? I'm going to let you cooperate with me during my investigation.
What?
I'm purchasing your talent, the same talent which allowed you to solve Sayaka's case. No, I just...
Talking.
You seem to have some limited use, which is why I've chosen you. You have the honor of contributing to my investigation.
Let's go.
Now then, shall we get started? We need to get moving. There's no time to be standing around. Alright, looks like I'm with Byakuya. Oh look, the murder weapon!
That's right.
Don't imagine it could have been anything else. Fresh bloodstain on the carpet. Let's get me to the window. What's the sound of? Crescendo. Those aren't clues. Okay. Not what I was expecting.
Very strange.
The more I look, the more strange it all seems. This must be Genocide Jack's handiwork.
What?
But we're still not sure he did it. Is that what you want to say? I wonder about that. Are there just no clues in here? Alright. Mondo. Dude had a real complex about being weak. You heard Chihiro talking about it, right? All I need is to get stronger? Sure did, which I guess explains the trip down here. But did she really need to get stronger that badly? She was a girl after all. Most girls aren't that strong. I don't know. I haven't really thought about that stuff. Oh, he feels guilty. Or he realized that she's weak and he's the murderer. He uses his locker room all the time. Now it's become the site of Chihiro's death. Why was she killed in the locker room? She could have been killed somewhere else and carried here. Probably not. Wouldn't be hard for someone to carry her, but still. I think she came here on her own by choice. She'd been talking a lot about how she said she wanted to get stronger. She came here to exercise? Apparently she was killed around 2 in the morning. Would she really have been exercising that late? Hina or myself are usually in the locker room during the day. She was probably avoiding it then. Avoiding it? Although we invited her to join us more than once, she never showed up. I can only assume she was trying to avoid us. Instead, she came to exercise in the middle of the night?
However,
Perhaps, but it's difficult for me to imagine she would have come alone. She did want to start exercising, but she specifically mentioned she couldn't do it by herself. She needed support from others. She could have come here in the middle of the night to train in secret, but that she would also come with someone else? It's a possibility, I think. Okay. Believe it's time for us to move on. Already?
What?
New clues won't magically appear by standing around here. We need to check every aspect of this case.
Let's go.
If you're satisfied, let's hurry up and proceed. Obviously, you gotta check out the machine gun. Chihiro would be riddled with holes. Yep. That's not even the scene of the crime, idiot. You never know, boy. Oh. Okay.
What?
Did you call for me?
Has he been domesticated?
Right.
You need something? Yep.
The card readers have all been designed to interface with each of your e-handbooks. You can only enter the locker room corresponding to the gender listed in your individual handbook. It's impossible for two people in a row to go through while the door is unlocked, correct?
Unbelievable.
There is some sort of erotic terrorist on the prowl. The ceiling-mounted Gatling gun would initiate a Swiss cheese slaughter.
School regulations prohibit anyone from lending someone else their handbook, correct?
Of course.
Correctly correct.
Only girls can go into the girls' locker room, and only boys can go into the boys' locker room. Allow me to tell you what you're thinking. A killer must have been able to get in
In
there.
other words,
As such, the killer must be one of the girls. Did I get it right?
such ignorance.
Good lord, you're simple. You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer's been in front of you the entire time. Loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine.
I would expect nothing less from the prodigal son of the noble Togami family. So you managed to sniff out the loophole in the regulations.
Knowing you, I bet you created it on purpose, didn't you? To add a little more excitement to things.
You're treating me like a puny little appetizer instead of the main course that I am.
It's a good line.
Now then, since the dead can't actually talk, they're not people anymore. They're things. Get it? Got it? Good.
I'm saying that's a loophole, but in order to borrow something from someone else, then that means someone would have to loan it, so,
So sleepy. Just listening to you makes me want to pass out. Be more like Byakuya and get your poop together. Or else I'll charge you with criminal negligence. No more questions. Figure out the rest for your own damn self.
That's fine.
I'll fill you in myself. Let's head to the main hall. Okay. Why are we here? Also guns. Oh, 3 of them. I happened to find them by chance myself the other day. Seems there's a system in place where the handbooks of dead students get delivered to this mailbox. Now do you understand? This is the key to the loophole that I revealed earlier. Fair enough. That's pretty smart.
What? Very strange.
One of the handbooks won't turn on. The other handbook showed Junko's name when I started it up. The one that won't turn on must be Leon's, right? I don't think you need to say that again. I don't think we need to see it again either. Okay. That would have been kind of neat, but yeah, we already lived that once before. Hey! Hey! What? That e-handbook is essential to student life here. Crucial, integral, instrumental, a super big deal. There's no way it would break that easily, but it did. If I say it wouldn't break, it wouldn't freaking break. It can withstand up to 10 tons of pressure, and it's waterproof up to 100 meters, okay? I don't care how many baseballs you hit with it, it wouldn't do crap. Oh, but even my amazing handbook does have one single weak point. It does? But it's a secret. I wouldn't want you to go breaking any more handbooks. Leon must have broken it somehow without realizing what its weakness was, right? Not necessarily. Hard to say. I just said not necessarily in my Monokuma voice. You know what I think? I think its handbook isn't actually broken. But you might ask, how could that be?
That's fine.
It's not turning on. Okay. In earnest, track down the true culprit. To be exact, not quite. What? I want to reveal Chihiro's killer, but more precisely, I want to discover the true identity of Genocide Jack. You truly believe Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro?
Let me repeat myself.
Absolutely. I have no doubt that Genocide Jack is a culprit in this case. That murderous fiend is Genocide Jack, correct? There's nobody else it could be. A murderous fiend who kills again and again using a bizarre and brutal method? They're like a ghost, attacking suddenly, then slipping away before the police can catch up to him. What nickname did the internet give to this mysterious serial killer? Genocide Jack. They say he's killed thousands of people. That's gotta be an urban legend. Still, could one of us really be a demented, psychotic killer like that? You're not wrong to wonder. But words mean little right now. I have something that will prove it, and I can show you. You could show me?
Don't make me repeat my...
I have a basis to believe that. I assure you, Genocide Jack is one of us. There's somewhere that I'd like to take you. This will provide all the evidence you need.
It's all clear now.
Evidence that Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro. Hey, you two. Big trouble. I need your help.
I don't have time to play with you.
We're busy. Leave us alone.
I mean,
Uh-oh. Toko?
please. 'Cause, I mean, well,
She's acting super strange. Yep. She was acting pretty strange earlier, right?
Very strange.
I must admit, I'm intrigued.
Don't make me repeat myself.
Didn't expect that. I thought for sure he'd just say no and that'd be the end of it. Alright.
Let's go.
It's Toko's room, most likely.
Such ignorance.
Oh, for God's sake, where is she? Okay. What's this emergency?
well,
We left Toko in her room so she could lay down. After a while, we came back to check on her. You know, see how she was doing. But when we did, It was weird. She refused to come out and she kept saying all this weird stuff.
That's fine.
We should try talking to her ourselves. Toko! Well, she's alive.
What?
Oh, nothing. It's just that Hina was really worried about you holding yourself up in your room.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, sure thing. But could you open up just for a second?
Won't allow it.
Huh?
I won't let Genocide Jack have control.
When I rang a little while ago. Doesn't make any sense, right? I was afraid to leave her in there all alone, so I tried to bust down her door. I felt like something was holding it shut on the other side. I couldn't even budge it.
But
Anyone who might be able to persuade her? You. She's in love with you.
That's fine.
I guess you could be nice when you want to.
what do you want?
Bacula?
It's Byakuya.
Sorry, I couldn't keep our promise. Don't worry, never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again. Let's get back to the investigation. What was Toko talking about just now? Something about
What?
promise? I have no idea. Another one of her delusions, I'm sure.
Stop talking.
If I say I don't know, that means I don't know. Just let Hina take care of her. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll stay here and keep an eye on her.
Let's go.
Well, then let's go. Very strange. In front of a certain room. Okay. I got a coin. Bookshelf. Is there anything else to check? Lamp? Different one. Heck yeah, it sounds good. Oh, that's not what I clicked. But I checked everything, didn't I?
Don't make me.
The lamp. Desk. Each bookshelf.
Don't make me repeat.
Nothing on the ceiling. I don't think there's anything on the floor. I don't see anything.
Let's go.
I never saw this. I thought that was the exit out of the library.
So, in other words,
Alright, let's check here then.
that's enough.
They detail all the people who control the world from behind the scenes. Dangerous truth for a commoner. Members of the Diet or something? I mean the ones with real power. The secret council controlling everything from the shadows. If you're ready to be disappeared for it, take a look. There are some very interesting people in there. Am I? You have a sharp eye to select that file.
That's right.
That's the report on a presidential assassination. The original is kept in the National Library. It won't be declassified for another 30 years. Are you sure you want to look at it now? There's no telling whose crosshairs you might wind up in for peeking at it. Yeah, let's put it back. Empty wooden box. Looks like there was something else inside. There was an extension cord plugged in there. It proved very useful when I was in the library. That's not what I clicked on. Investigation reports related to different cold cases. Those are internal documents for police eyes only. They're not the kind of thing you'd expect to leak. Oh, come on. What if I look at a different file on this shelf? Another street or another lamp?
What?
Do you have a problem with that lamp? It was here before, then I moved it over there. It's too dark over there, so I thought I'd put it to good use. So, are you finally beginning to understand the true splendor of this library? The entire reason I was interested in the library is because of this room right here.
Interesting.
It's home to classified government documents, police records, things no ordinary person would ever see. Isn't it magnificent?
Such ignorance.
That's your guys' problem. Anything that doesn't fit into your preconceived reality, you label it a lie. It's not that, it's just, it's not like I totally refuse to believe it, but, I mean, there's just so much. How could anyone have put all this together? I suppose it goes to show just how much Hope's Peak truly wields, or perhaps the mastermind may have wanted to provide us with enough entertainment to keep us from getting bored. What's wrong? You still can't believe it? How can you believe it so easily? Things like that are usually impossible. What do you mean, usually? Usual? Ordinary? Normal? Simple? Those things don't exist anywhere in the real world. If you don't understand what they actually represent, you don't understand the nature of anything. You don't pull your punches, do you? Besides, what you consider usual is based on your common sense, right? What happened? There's been a murder! There may or may not be another one before we finish this investigation. What makes you think your own common sense applies to me as well? Did you see who got killed? documents gathered here are genuine. I've reviewed them multiple times, so there is no doubt. You saying you've read all these documents and more than once? All this has to be like top secret confidential stuff, right? So why? My family has a reading room just like this at our home. Ours is bigger, of course, and not as dusty. So, the 4'8", 4'10". The 4'10" girl, Chihiro, who was absolutely precious, kind of got murdered, and very brutally. And we're just now beginning our investigation. The word bloodlust was written on the wall behind her, so people think it's Genocide Jack that did it, whoever that may be. I don't know yet. But I do have one suspicion so far. Kind of two. I'm not gonna say who in case I end up being spot on. But yeah. How is that possible?
In other words,
I already told you, there's a secret council that controls the world from the shadows. My family is a member of that council. And I have within me the bloodline that will allow me to one day bend the world to my will. But to become such a ruler, I must know all levels of this world backwards and forwards. So whenever I have time, I like to review whatever documents and materials that interest me. Which is why I can proclaim without a doubt that the materials gathered here are the real thing. I wrote it down on the same like envelope that I wrote down the first killer on, and the clue that gave it away. The first killer being Leon. Because the numbers upside down spelled Leon. I don't have a clue for this killer yet, but once I find the evidence damning that person, I'll show you what my first thought, or who my first suspect is. What always interested me were the most cold case police investigation reports. So whenever I find the damning evidence, I'll write it down next to the name that I put, and when it's a good time to reveal if I was right or not. So I'll show you in a bit. Whenever I do the investigation, or whenever I do the trial. I know you already know, but still, I'll show you in a bit. Just who my first thought was. It's an excellent mental exercise. I've solved more than a few of those cases just by reviewing the reports. And among all those reports, one of my recent favorites is the Genocide Jack case.
that's right.
This is the complete case file. Every single report surrounding the Genocide Jack cases has been compiled in here. The only chapter which I've not actually seen about, like during the investigation and stuff. Oh, this is the only one you've actually seen. Okay. Two notable characteristics in every Genocide Jack murder. The first characteristic is that at every crime scene, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. True. The second, God's sake, is that when the victims are murdered, their bodies are suspended in a certain way. Feels so bad. I really liked her. Save your surprise. The best part is yet to come. The second characteristic, where the victims are suspended. The only ones who knew about that particular fact were the members of the police and other higher-ups. By all accounts, nobody in the media ever found out. In other words, no one on the news, no one online, nobody knew about that aspect of each crime. Only key officials and the killer himself knew about this act of mounting the victim. If you recall Chihiro's corpse, her body was most certainly mounted in this fashion. How could the killer have known about suspending the victim?
That's right.
That's the key question. But in fact, the answer is quite simple.
So, in other words,
The culprit isn't a copycat killer, it's the real Genocide Jack.
in other words,
That right there is the evidence that Genocide Jack has hidden himself among the rest of us.
interesting.
Things are really starting to get interesting, aren't they? I never imagined a killer with such a reputation would ever become part of our little game. Now, don't you think it would be good for you to take a look at what you've already seen? You might just manage to ferret out a clue or two.
Such ignorance.
If you get down on your knees and beg, I might even show you myself. You've not actually seen other parts of the game? So after this chapter, it'll be like brand new to you? Okay, examined it twice, got a coin. Do we? Where?
That's fine.
Oh, I just had to talk to him again. Okay. You didn't see the first one either? I gotcha. Well, I am going to be saving every single one of these VODs to maybe put on YouTube eventually, if you ever want to watch it then. Or it's just, you know, right now it's just on my Twitch page if you want to watch the first chapter. But you can't take it with you. God damn. One thing became perfectly clear as I read. All the killer's countless victims were killed and suspended in exactly the same way. Their hands like tied up over their head. The scene of every murder, the word bloodlust was left in the victim's own blood. Now take a look at the next page and you'll find another interesting tidbit. All the crimes took place either on weekdays at night or during holidays, either day or night. The most common time for the killings to take place was on holidays in the afternoon. Based on these facts, it could be suggested that the suspect may be a student. Evidence suggests that the suspect lingered at the scene, but when they did leave, they were in a panic. Because an eyewitness has never come forward, it's unlikely there was any external reason for this. This confused behavior suggests that the suspect may potentially suffer from dissociative identity disorder.
So, in other words,
The key point here is that the culprit may well have a split personality. Okay.
let's go.
We finished our business here, haven't we? I have some things I need to take care of before the class trial.
I don't have time to play with you.
Enough of your annoying misapprehensions. Did you really think we'd be together the whole time? Take responsibility for yourself and do something useful. Move the investigation forward on your own. Goodbye. Well, it tells me, like, exactly where to go, so that's nice. Hi, Hifumi. Hifumi has discovered evidence revealing the identity of the culprit.
I feel as if
Another stat increase for me. I cannot reveal that just yet. But I guarantee that what I found will steal the killer's breath from his lungs. Miss Ludenberg said she'd witnessed something worthwhile too. She refused to tell me. It's like when a girl bullies the boy she likes, remember? She likes, right? Right? Where's Celeste now? He was working on something else in the other monitor. That's fine. Yep. As long as you just, like, glance over every once in a while to make sure nobody new has chatted. And are saying horrible things. The warehouse by the dorms. She was there, but at the same time, not there. What?
Indeed. However,
I have something unrelated to take care of.
well,
Nothing you need to worry about. Just concentrate on the murder.
so then,
Before I go, let me give you one piece of advice. You should examine Chihiro's body one more time, thoroughly. Her handbook is missing. You might want to determine its whereabouts. I'll be praying for your success. Chihiro's e-handbook has been added to the Truth Bullets section. Okay, good.
Damn. No forgiveness.
Do that already? Big-breasted swimsuit models, pretty noticeable too. Not a point worth talking about, I guess. The rope has a plug. Okay. think I'm done here. Look at the boys' locker room. Definitely something strange about this. Yeah, that was questionable. Okay. I think that's everything. Yeah.
I feel. That's it. I'm sure of it.
Alright, let's go talk to Celeste. Oh, wait. Didn't let me. Okay. Just want to make sure I checked all this. Actually, let's check these. Maybe not. Okay. Didn't check that before. Guess it's not important.
Of course.
Do you think the posters in the boys and girls locker rooms could have been switched?
I'm sorry.
I really paid any attention to the posters.
However,
There's something that's been bothering me about the locker room. I like to drink a little protein coffee every time I finish exercising. In the warehouse. It's not the highest quality, but I don't have a lot of other options. I mix protein powder with coffee and down a glass of it after exercising. The other day I spilled some on the carpet in the girls' locker room, and it left a stain.
of course.
I noticed it earlier. The stain has disappeared. Okay. I mean, there's kind of a stain.
I'm sorry.
think that's it. Maybe? Hi, Waffle. Oh, you saw, right? Yep. My wife is dead. Not allowed to in here still, right? Don't think there would be anything in here. I could show you the crime scene, but it is brutal. Like, Jesus Christ. She died with a blow to the head. Probably by this dumbbell on the ground. The Monokuma file said the fatal injury was caused by a blow to the head. So that's the murder weapon. So yeah, they killed her, and then they decided to just string her up like a crucifix, and that's so fucked. We also learned a little bit about Genocide Jack, who we heard about in the first chapter. A serial killer who does something like this. They kill their victims, they write bloodlust in the background, and they tie them up or suspend them like so. And Chihiro did not deserve that. I knew she would never, like, be considered a murderer. It just sucks to see her murdered. You know? Someone took the extension cord in the library. It's good to know. Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, she was either going to get murdered or surprise everybody and become a murderer. That's like the only two options you really kind of have. Byakuya took the Genocide Jack archive? That was it. That was everything. He's been kind of helpful today. I don't know why. I feel like if he were the murderer, he wouldn't be helping me this much. Take a look at each bookshelf, I guess. Wouldn't hurt. I think we're done here. I think we need to talk to Celeste and Byakuya again. We just need to find them both. Try the gym. Nobody? Nurse's office is so closed. What's up, Taka?
How unfortunate.
I'm sorry, Chihiro. It's all because I wasn't strong enough. Dude, unless you killed her, it is not your fault. I didn't want her to die either. You know?
Huh? Oh.
Definitely haven't looked inside the mailbox. That's a fucking... That was very suspicious what you just said, Hero. Right? I'm so sad. She was adorable. And we became friends with her. And now she's just dead. I doubt there's anything in here. Maybe Byakuya found something. Doesn't look like. Yeah, I really wish she didn't die either. And with barbecue too. Hell yeah. Well, welcome back. My waifu was murdered. So that sucks. Pretty sure, wait. No. It looked like it had something written on it, but... That's literally Danganronpa. My waifu is dead. Feels bad. I still have my male waifu. Whatever you call that. Still nothing inside it. Okay. My male waifu? Yasuhiro. He is one smexy thing. Kinda clueless, but... Manfu? I don't know if that's right. Yeah, I have one of each. I don't judge. No, that's Mondo. He's second. Yasuhiro is the ultimate clairvoyant. Don't think there's anything in the laundry room. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in here. Gonna head into lurk. Sounds good. I'll talk to you later. What is that room? Seriously, what the heck is this? This is new. Maybe I just never saw this the first time. I do need to talk to Celeste, so I'm glad I found you. Both listening while I eat. Sounds good.
Most unfortunate.
I knew you were going to ask me that. I thought talking about the warehouse itself might misdirect you, but I see it was pointless. Very well, I will tell you and only you. Last night I saw her here. Chihiro was in the warehouse.
Indeed.
This was right before nighttime.
Hmm? What are you doing out this late?
Oh, I was just...
Dude, it hurts to hear her voice.
Are you planning to go exercise, perhaps? What? How did you know?
Because I can see a blue track jacket sticking out of that duffel bag you're carrying.
Oh, you're right. Thanks. Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
It was almost like she was trying to hide it. Just like that, she was gone.
Yes, indeed.
I assumed she was merely stocking up to go exercise in the morning, but it would appear she ignored the nighttime rule and headed directly to the girls' locker room. If she hadn't broken our rule, none of this ever would have happened. You get what you deserve, I suppose. There was no trace of the track jacket or duffel bag Celeste said she saw Chihiro carrying. Thank you, Celeste. I think that might be it. I gotta find Byakuya. It said all the doors were unlocked. I don't think I need to worry about, like... Well, people could still pee during the investigation, I guess. Alright, fair enough. Somebody trash the duffel bag? No peeing during the investigation. I'm glad this entire wall is like useless, so I can just... What do I say when I talk to Leon's door? Nothing. We don't care about him. Oh, damn it. So much for that. Alright. Too soon. Is Toko still in her room? Sort of, yeah. Junko, dead. Sayaka, dead. Byakuya. Not there. Speaking of peeing, might have to go myself.
Yeah.
A donut, of course. There's two things I'm sure God created: outer space and donuts. Maybe that was her one big regret. Who did she spend time with?
Yeah, totally.
It wasn't just us either. It's like she stayed away from all the girls. She talked to the boys all the time. Isn't it kind of weird to be shy around your own sex, but totally fine with the opposite sex? Maybe she was used to guys spoiling her. The law says you can't judge a book by its cover, right? You're kind of right. I did... No, I didn't say that, actually, Waffle. It's just... That was a meme. I don't know. Hold on. We're getting a lot of accounts. Oh, perfect. Alright, that's some good timing. We got the last eyewitness account. The class trial will begin.
So, I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in? It's the moment you've all been waiting for. The class trial!
Yay!
You remember where to meet, right?
The
Please
big
go
red door.
through the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon!
It's about to begin. Alright, this is... How far do you think this is from here to the red door? Like... 25 feet? Maybe 30? In the time it takes for me to get to this red door, I will have gone to the restroom. So I'll be back. I'm back. Don't worry, I washed my hands. Okay. Well, you're in the right place. I'm sad too. Okay. Before I start the trial, I'm going to mention one or two things. First thing I will mention, I do not know who the killer is immediately like I did last time. Because upon finding the number clue for the first trial, that was like a dead giveaway. So I'm not exactly sure who murdered her. I did write on the same envelope who I think the murderer is. So I will be revealing that if I end up being correct. I'll reveal that if I'm incorrect as well. I only have one suspect. I was going to write two, but I only have one, so I'm going to really hope that I got it right. 2. I know who it is not. Like 100%. And I know that one person is going to get heavily accused, and that will be incorrect. True. Okay, it's not 2 people. For sure. I was asleep. I promise. I was asleep when Chihiro got murdered. And I actually liked her. I wouldn't murder her ever. Uh-oh.
Yo.
We kind of need her.
Come on!
She's a crucial part of the class trial this time.
What are you gonna do?
And it wasn't Chihiro, or was it? Yes. The classic case of murdering yourself, hanging yourself up. The same way that Genocide Jack does, and writing Bloodlust before you die. She also murdered herself and died instantly, so how she did the rest, I have no idea. Sorry, I got booped by somebody. Oh, it was just Pokemon Go. Okay. I'll go ahead and drag her out of here, kicking and screaming. Just one moment, please. Literally dragging her? I told him I didn't want to, but he forced me. I can't believe you would drag a girl around. Terrible. You're terrible. So, now everyone's here, right? Okay then, hustle onto the elevator and let's get this show on the road. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
Wow. Shall we get going? It's time to find out who killed Chihiro. What I just said right before I entered, I was not mentioning names. This is one name I will mention because I'm not like 100% sure it wasn't him. But I don't think Byakuya would have helped me so much if he were a murderer. I think he's biding his time to murder someone else. Because he knows he can't get out of here unless he's the murderer and graduates. I don't think he would have helped me if that was on the line for him. So, I'm keeping that on the down low. I don't think it was him. Could be, but I don't think it was yet. God, dude, that's so brutal. He wants to look like a good guy. Exactly. I feel like if you're in a murderer situation, you're not gonna act like the good guy. You'd be way too nervous to try to help somebody figure out your own, like, murder case. What's up, Mondo?
Hey, come on.
Toko, you okay? Nope. Boop.
Well, how very sad.
For being 3D, she was quite remarkable. The idea of 3D makes me cringe.
It's true.
Okay. Why would I ever be interested in a 3D girl when I can draw my girlfriend? Steel box sank with heavy clunking sounds deeper and deeper into the ground. As we went deeper, the uneasiness in my heart grew bigger and bigger. The elevator was unaffected, however, and continued to descend without hesitation. Until finally, it came to a sudden stop. What do you think? I redecorated. Isn't it so fresh? Isn't it so exciting? Don't waste our time with stupid questions. Let's get this over with. Good, good. You're rip-raring to go. Gotta say, I don't hate it. Not at all. Okay. Then let's get this show on the road. Everyone, please find your assigned seats. A deadly class trial. Oh yeah, I haven't saved yet. Alright, let's take a look at everything that we found. The victim was Chihiro Fujisaki. Rest in peace. The time of death is estimated to be around 2 o'clock a.m. The body was discovered in the girls' locker room on the second floor of the school. The cause of death was a blow to the head with a blunt object. She was killed instantly. If there's anything that's good news to take from this, is that she did not suffer. Although Chihiro wanted to get stronger, she declined several invitations from Sakura, and Aoi, and may have used the locker room late at night to avoid them. Despite this, Chihiro had stated that she desired help with her efforts. She may have been meeting someone in the locker room the night she was murdered. The dumbbell found on the floor of the girl's locker room had a significant amount of blood on it. That may or may not be the murder weapon. I'm thinking it will. I'm thinking it is. Chihiro had told anyone willing to listen that she wanted to get stronger. Some assume that due to her inferiority complex about being weak, she admired strength more than anything else. To unlock a locker room, you need to swipe your e-handbook over the card reader. You need a male student handbook for the boys' locker room and a female student's for the girls. It is not possible for two people to enter at the same time. Additionally, lending someone your handbook is a violation of school regulations. The handbook of each student that has died is placed in the mailbox in the main hall. Which means Sayaka's, Leon's, and Junko's are all there. One of the handbooks found in the main hall had been broken, which is apparently a rare occurrence. Kind of. It's still touchy-feely. Junko and Sayaka's handbooks both seem to still work, so it is assumed that the broken handbook is Leon's. However, Monokuma claims it's very unlikely that Leon's handbook would have been broken from the baseballs. Interesting. Okay, hold on. I didn't really make that connection, so... Okay. I got some kind of new intel. That's very good to know. Suspected genocide jack victims include a bunch of people we've never heard of, among countless others. They were killed in the same way and mounted to a nearby wall. The word bloodlust was found at the scene of each crime written in blood. Profiling indicates the killer is likely a student suffering from a split personality. It does not show the pictures in the case file. Chihiro seems to have consciously kept her distance from other girls at the school, even from the beginning. Meanwhile, it had been noticed that she got along remarkably well with her male classmates. The carpet in the boys' locker room was found with a blackish stain on it. Blood was found on the poster in the girls' locker room. The poster featured a big-breasted supermodel, popular among young boys. Meanwhile, the poster in the boys' locker room was for a boy band popular with teenage girls. It may or may not should be reversed. Chihiro's handbook was not found on her corpse and has apparently gone missing. And I did not find it with my investigation, so that's kind of monka-esque. Chihiro's body had been suspended and her hands had been bound with some kind of rope. Her fatal injury was a blow to the head. Sakura mentioned that she was responsible for a coffee stain on the girls' locker room floor. However, the stain had since been inexplicably scrubbed away. Good to know. Byakuya was known to use this lamp often. However, the extension cord had gone missing at some point, and the lamp's cord couldn't quite reach the outlet. On the night of the murder, right before nighttime, Chihiro was spotted leaving the warehouse. It seems she was stuffing some blue exercise clothes into a duffel bag. Presumably, she was on her way to exercise, but the clothes were not found at the crime scene. Celeste had not told anyone other than Makoto about this encounter. And that's everything. Alright. Presents, not important. I don't want to look, but it says dead. Feels bad. we did get a new regulation, so let's take a look at it. Obviously, nighttime, 10 to 7. You can't leave. We know that. You can't sleep. That's fine. That's not part of it. That's nothing. That hasn't happened. That's what we're about to do. That's what we're about to do. That's what we're about to do. That's not gonna happen. Loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Loaning is prohibited, as we learned not too long ago. Borrowing or stealing, not off limits. Do what you want. The guilty party may only kill a maximum of 2 people during any single killing game. So, since only 1 person died, that didn't happen this time. Kinda thought it would. It did not. And then, additional things may apply. This is... whatever. Alright. That's pretty good. You think it's a dude? Okay. Oh, that's all I got. Okay. Alright. We got 3 skills. I'm gonna let it play out. Because I only have 1 suspect that I wrote down. But I also wrote down a reason why it might not be said suspect. Because I was expecting to write 2 people down. However, I'm gonna stick with what I wrote down. I will reveal it later. I wish I could, like, show you that I actually did write something down without revealing who it is I wrote down. But it is on the top of this piece of paper. Right past... oop, upside down. The number 1. Frick, I can't... okay. I promise you it's written down. There's, like, no other way to show you that I did. Alright. Class trial.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But
If it's not this one person, I have no idea.
then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, then. So, first off, let's talk about the murder weapon!
Easy. Alright. This one's... it's pretty... almost pretty obviously... one of these things.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
Cool, we're starting off with everything.
The killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been? I bet it was an iron pipe.
No, that's wrong!
Can we agree that the object that dealt the fatal blow was the dumbbell found at the scene of the crime? It was covered in blood, and there was nothing else at the scene that could have caused that kind of injury.
And the wound on the victim's head is consistent with the shape of the dumbbell. As far as I'm concerned, there's no mistake and no room for doubt on this one.
Thank you, Kyoko.
Looked at her head wound?
I mean, we had to investigate a murder. Of course we did.
That's so creepy!
If you don't mind, I will proceed from here. Let's move on to discussion
That
of
was
the
simple.
culprit.
Okay.
Although, I believe the criminal behind this heinous act is already quite clear.
Do you?
Oh, he's gonna say Genocide Jack.
Chihiro's killer is the fiendish serial killer, Genocide Jack.
Did he really kill Chihiro? Oh. Yeah, let's hear it. Lines of white noise will appear to disrupt your reactions. Think of them as obstacles in your debate. Right mouse button to attach a silencer. Okay. Oh, but if your action difficulty is set to gentle, white noise won't appear at all. Okay.
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible.
What? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on. There's just no proof for it.
No, that's wrong.
I might know one reason he could be involved.
What?
I found this file while I was looking around the archive in the library. I guess it's some kind
Stop,
of
that's
confidential
incorrect.
file the police put together about the Genocide Jack case.
What? That's kind of weird as shit, isn't it? What was something like that doing in the library?
The why of it is probably more trouble than it's worth. So let's forget about that for now. More importantly, it outlines all the specifics of every Genocide Jack case in exceeding detail.
Sorry, fixing my posture. It's my back is kind of like not against the back of my chair, and it's bothering me a little bit. All right, that's better.
According to the file, there appear to be two defining characteristics in every Genocide Jack case. The first is that a bloody message is found written at the scene of every murder.
Oh, that's right.
Food lust.
God damn it! This freaking prick made me laugh. All right.
No. It's actually bloodlust.
But more
Ah,
important
yes,
is the other
boob lust.
characteristic, and it's something that has never been made public.
Never made public? What the hell is it?
Why don't you tell them, Makoto?
I got it!
How the victim was positioned.
Apparently, in every Genocide Jack case, the killer suspends the body in a certain way. Other than the killer, the only people who know about this are the higher-ups in the police department.
However, Chihiro was most definitely suspended in the same way. So, how did the culprit know about this when only high-level police officials were aware of it? There's only one logical answer I can think of.
I'm gonna do something that's gonna be okay. You could probably connect what I'm about. I don't know. Maybe you can connect what I'm about to check, but I want to check the report card. She doesn't have a last name, it's just Celeste. I feel like that's not... Didn't she have a last name before? Could have swore Celeste did. I thought she did. Okay. I'm gonna check everything really quick. Just to hide my thought process.
Ludenberg? Okay. I don't know why it disappeared. Yeah, that's right. Hifumi. Hifumi? Hifumi. Fat hamster leg chicken boy. It told me that too. That's right. Okay. I think I'm good.
It's because the culprit in this case is the real Genocide Jack.
No fucking way.
You're saying Genocide Jack is one of us?
Yes. In fact, it's Toko.
What?
Genocide Jack's true identity.
That's a bold statement.
Okay, wait, hold on a sec. Toko has like bloodophobia or whatever, remember? What kind of serial killer is
Bloodophobia. I think it's hemophobia, but
Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no.
Another riddle. Man, why is this gotta be so complicated?
okay. This one's simple. I know this one. Oh, it's the Hangman's Gambit. I don't really know what the word might be, though. Hold on. Seriously, what is the word supposed to be? I understand what I'm supposed to do here. I just don't get the word. Like, I know what I'm trying to prove. But I don't know what the word could be. Does it say if I'm correct? I feel like this is not correct. That it does say if I'm correct. Okay. Shoot. That is not... Okay, that is not the word that I was expecting to see.
Is it because Genocide Jack has a split personality?
I mean, yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. That's not a word I've ever seen before.
Somewhere in the file too.
I think that was more luck than anything.
They thought that the suspect might have, what did they call it? Dissociative identity disorder.
It's a dumb one? Okay, I'm glad I didn't lose the entire trial based on that then.
Oh, okay. But still, to go and say that about Miss Fukawa is...
Perfectly acceptable. Toko's strange behavior after seeing the body is proof enough that she has a split personality.
That is very true. Her behavior changed.
You're talking about how she started acting totally different than
Yeah,
usual,
her tongue was
right?
out. She was like,
That's right.
as you would say when your tongue is out.
She fainted when she saw Chihiro's corpse, and then, when she woke up...
Yeah. See, your tongue is out. $P in the comments. Also, her stutter disappeared.
She was acting funny, that's for sure. That melancholy tone of hers completely disappeared.
Don't go assigning adjectives to my tone without permission.
Not to mention, once she regained consciousness and saw Chihiro's body again, she was utterly calm. In other words, within her is one personality that can't handle blood, and one that obviously can.
So when Toko trapped herself in her room, it's because she was scared of Genocide Jack?
Alright. So, how the first chapter, everyone accused me of being the murderer since it was in my room, everyone is now going to accuse Toko of being the murderer since she has a split personality, and that's like exactly Genocide Jack's whole persona. That's a different game, but whatever. Which means that it is not Toko, because everyone's automatically assumes it's her, and we have to divert that away. It was not Toko. But if I fail, everyone's gonna write Toko. Alright, easy peasy. And just so you know, that's not who I wrote. That was not my initial, suspect. Even though she said that, that's pretty damning
The reason
evidence.
she locked herself in her room wasn't to keep other people from getting in. It was to keep her other personality from getting out.
What?
Toko was afraid. Afraid of the murderous fiend inside of her. Of killing even more people.
How? Yeah. How can you know all this?
I do believe you misunderstood her.
Where's my pen? There it is. I'm going to now write suspect number 2, because now I feel like it could also be this person. But there's a reason they're suspect number 2 and not number 1, for a reason that I will now write behind it. Okay. I still have my suspect, and now I have suspect number 2. Cornhead is very quiet right now.
What she's trying to say isn't, how can you know all this? No. What she
Astute
wants to know
observation.
is, how could you tell them? Last night, just before Monokuma gave his motive speech, Toko and I had a strange conversation. She told me a most interesting story. She said a murderous fiend lived within her, and she was afraid it could appear and attack at any time.
Oh,
And
the
that trepidation
promise.
is what's caused her to have such a bleak attitude. Isn't that right, Toko?
This is all a lie. Right, Toko?
Said you wouldn't tell anyone.
What?
You promised. I can't believe you lied.
You have only yourself to blame. You came to me with your tragic little story. I didn't ask you to. This is the real world, not some romantic fantasy fairy tale. Besides, you broke your promise first. You said that as long as you were here, no matter what, you wouldn't let Genocide Jack kill anyone. But in spite of that promise...
Chihiro's dead.
You said if I kept my promise, you would go out with me. That's the only reason I promised.
How many times do I have to tell you? I never said that. But you weren't able to do it. You just couldn't resist that rush you got from killing, could you?
I tried. I swear I tried to control it,
But your efforts were useless. What a disappointment.
I hate you.
Well, the opening act is nearly finished. All that's left is to hear from the person in question directly.
The person you don't mean.
Oh, he's gonna bring Genocide Jack out. Oh. Oh my god.
Is it me you were hoping to see?
That's freaking weird, man.
What the heck?
You might want to stand somewhere else, Hifumi.
So you figured it out, huh? Well, whatever. What are you gonna do? I'm the ultimate murderous fiend, Genocide Jack! Or better yet, let's go with Genocide Jill!
What the fuck is this? What happened to you?
Not Toko, that's a loser name, and what happened is a textbook split personality. So what if one of them happens to be a serial killer? You should turn a blind eye to one's fault.
So intense.
Like they say, sound in murderous mind, sound in murderous body.
This one is so different from the one we've come to know.
Yes, well, the world is composed of a front and a back, you know. Just like how every inning has a top and a bottom, or how in the depths of every truth lives a little lie. Behind every dark and gloomy soul lives another that shines as bright as the sun!
You were right about Sayaka?
Miss Jack, Jill, can I ask you a question?
What about Sayaka?
What's up?
Aww.
Some of us think you might be the mastermind
Sakura?
behind the entire situation. What are your thoughts on that?
There you go. Okay. What was that?
Well, I'll tell you, I am the mastermind of all masterminds! Just kidding!
Not the killer? I don't know.
It's not true? Of course it's not true. How dare you try to link me to that creepazoid?
I feel like it still could be.
Government and society in the outside world are totally powerless.
We haven't ruled her out.
I mean, they just let this idiotic, bloodthirsty maniac go buck wild all over town.
Right now, there's only one person we can rule out. That's myself.
Sure, I'm a bloodthirsty maniac, but life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people.
And I'm pretty sure Kyoko, because she might have had a more influence in this case. When really, I don't think she appeared even once until the trial.
It's a necessary
I'm pretty sure it wasn't
evil
Kyoko.
if you want to survive. The act of living itself causes pain for everyone. Just kidding again!
This should be enough to convince you. This murderous fiend is responsible for Chihiro's death.
The real murderer is so happy for Byakuya to be saying this.
There's clearly a motive, so there should be no doubt.
A motive?
Remember what Monokuma told us? If someone didn't murder and graduate within 24 hours, an embarrassing memory or secret would be revealed. Well, let's assume that Toko's secret was about Genocide Jack. If a secret like that...
That's a lot better of a motive than me wetting the bed until 5th grade.
So she had a very clear motive to never have that side of herself exposed.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. But sorry, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not the culprit.
Huh? But I cannot imagine anyone other than you could murder someone in such a bizarre fashion.
Maybe so, but nevertheless, it's the truth.
Do you really expect any of us to believe you?
Yeah. I could never believe a word you say, you monster.
Maybe. Maybe she's totally right about that, but something's still bothering me. Alright.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely. What more proof do we need? Give it up. You killed her.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely.
No, that's wrong. It matches very close,
The methods
but not
of murder
completely.
really exactly the same? I'm not so sure about that. I think there's a slight difference between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
Huh? How's it any different?
Uh-oh, you don't know? Well then, human garbage.
Got him.
I murder with passion and conviction. I consider myself a professional, and I have a very particular way of doing things. Imagine you go to a fancy Italian restaurant. They're very picky about the noodles, the sauce, everything. But what happened to Chihiro? It'd be like if that same Italian restaurant started using ragu or Chef Boyardee.
Wow, shout out to the name brands. Did they get the rights to use those?
This is no creation of mine.
Let me rephrase that in a way that maybe makes more sense. There are two clear differences between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
One clear difference.
I got it! For one, the cause of death is different.
It's usually stab wounds.
In the Genocide Jack murders, all the victims were killed the same way. According to the case file, they were all apparently killed with a pair of scissors.
That too.
But Chihiro died from a blow to the head, right?
Ah, yes. That is remarkably different from the other murders.
Wouldn't it be strange for someone who kills the same way without fail to suddenly change their method? And there's more. One more conflicting detail.
That's right. In my recipe of murder, if the bloody message is the tortellini, then the arrangement of the body would be the pesto sauce.
Please stop comparing killing people to cooking? So, are you saying the other difference has to do with how the body was arranged?
What was used to suspend her? Easy peasy.
Do you remember what the killer used to suspend her? They used some kind of rope to hang her up by her wrists.
What is
is your point?
Well, in all the previous genocide.
We have a
cases,
Genocide Jack
something else
copycat.
was suspended. Specifically, pairs of razor-sharp scissors.
And guess what? I used my own specially designed scissors for the murders and the arrangement. Like I said, I'm a professional, so naturally I'm very picky about the tools I use. And you know what else?
And if the girls have sewing kits, aren't scissors just a part of a sewing kit? They would be, right? I mean, scissors and sewing makes perfect sense to go together.
Big Mac said there's two differences, but he's wrong.
Big Mac? Are you referring to me?
Listen up, Big Mac. There's actually one more difference.
Huh?
Is there?
My word, you really didn't notice? Take a look at who the victims were in each Genocide Jack case. There's a pattern there, just waiting to be discovered.
Were they all men?
And it'll be plain as death why I couldn't have possibly killed that little lolly girl.
Is it pronounced Lolly? I've been calling Lola Zora Loli this entire time. Is it Lolly Zora? They've never once corrected me. So, I don't know. Maybe it could work both ways.
My God!
Chihiro was a girl.
Is it because Chihiro was a girl?
It's both? Okay. Lola Zora I've always just called Lola Zora, like laugh out loud. LOL. You pronounce it LOL. And then she pronounced it lolly. Like lollipop.
In all the Genocide Jack cases, all the victims had something in common.
You know that thing that I just checked, like right in the middle of the case? It was the names of the victims. However, this is not the way I intended that to go.
They were all guys?
That's right! The people I killed with such passion and conviction are all adorable little men! I can't believe I said it! I'm so embarrassed!
The hell is wrong with you?
I can't help it! I'm just a full-throttle boy-on-boy fangirl, and the loopy side of me just hates it. But now I'm on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged fan madam!
So since Chihiro was a girl and not an adorable little man, you wouldn't kill her?
Would an Italian chef suddenly start making ramen just because they're both noodles? Don't be stupid. I have too much passion and conviction to cross that line. That's the absolute reality of a one and only.
Alright, Genocide Jack. If you can, like, kill Hifumi in the same exact way, I'm gonna be very impressed and just let you go.
We get it. You've clearly explained your hobby.
If you're able to hang up somebody that
But that's not all there is to it.
large, that thick, with a pair of scissors and get away with it, great. Although, never mind. He would have to fall into the category of an adorable little man.
It's a different matter entirely.
That is not an adorable
You're
little man.
forced to kill in order to survive.
He's not any of those things.
Lolly Carr!
Lowly, curf.
I would never kill for a reason as petty as mere survival. And if by some fluke I did kill to survive, why would I bother with the message and arrangement? It'd make me the obvious suspect!
That does make some amount of sense.
It does. I'm not gonna lie.
Plus, whatever reason I have for killing, I would never leave out my prized scissors. Who would go out of their way to use a big, stupid, heavy dumbbell?
Maybe you used the dumbbell because you couldn't find any scissors in the school?
Any scissors? I don't just use any scissors. I only use my own set of high-class envy of the entire world scissors.
Okay, whatever. There still aren't any in the school.
Are you sure about that?
Oh my god, she has them ready.
She's fully equipped. That's right. So I can kill anywhere, anytime. Why would I resort to dumbbells or rope when I have my trusty scissors by my side? Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong. You can't, can you? Gutter dogs, all of you. Not to mention, I have no clue how to tie a good knot. So rope's totally out of the question anyway.
I did not expect her to pull out her own, like, specialty brand scissors.
I have no idea what's going on anymore. Could such a heinous villain really be innocent?
But the body really was suspended, right? And nobody but the police knew about that.
So she may or may not be actually Genocide Jack, which was kind of a shocker.
Yeah. That's why we figured it had to be the real deal and not some copycat killer or whatever.
But I know it's still not her. Ah, crap. Okay, this is what I was afraid of. I don't know. Okay. This is what I was afraid of. Alright, this is who I accuse. If it's wrong, then I'll pick my second choice. Damn it! Okay, I was wrong. That was my first choice. Frick! Okay, I don't know at all. Those are my two choices, and I was wrong on both of them. Frick, no. No, I don't want help. I'll figure it out. That doesn't sound right, though.
Here's my answer.
That doesn't sound right, because he's helped me.
It's possible you could have found out, isn't it? You'd have no problem gaining access to classified government
No, it wasn't
documents
Cornhead.
or internal police records. Plus, you'd already looked through the Genocide Jack file before this all happened.
It makes no sense why he'd help me so much with it. Oh, he's suddenly quiet, though.
Mr. Togami did it? Then the reason he pushed the theory of Genocide Jack being the killer so hard was because he wanted to pin the crime on her. So, he rearranged the scene to disguise it and make it look like I put my stamp on it.
I was gonna say, if he likes Genocide Jack so much, he should realize that she used scissors, or Genocide Jack used scissors, first of all. Either that or just sharp objects to pin them like a crucifix. And that they died from stab wounds, so he should have just stabbed her more. This is Chihiro I'm talking about. He shouldn't have stabbed her at all.
Well, Byakuya, what's your response?
Okay. At first I thought it was Celeste because I mean, one, I thought it was not Byakuya because he helped me so much. And then I thought it was just Celeste. Just because she always had, like, she had that mindset, if you're weak, then you die. And Chihiro was clearly weak. And she noticed that as she was going to the gym late at night. By herself. And then I guess Sakura second, because she apparently looked up to strong people, and she only really talked with men, which she was confused with before. So I feel like Sakura would have an easy opportunity to kill her.
I see. now the suspicion falls on me.
But if it's Byakuya,
I must ask,
that does make
when
sense.
would you say I began acting suspicious? Surely you must have an answer.
Looking back and thinking about it now,
But I get
the way
this.
you were acting right before we discovered the body was a little strange.
Plus, him being very helpful is also a little strange.
You wanted to go to the girls' locker room right away, right? But since you're a guy,
I should have naturally thought of the boys' locker room first. Is that what you want to say? The victim was Chihiro, a girl. Hence why I said we should check the girls' locker room.
You didn't know that before we
Nothing strange about
discovered it.
that, I'd say.
Oh,
on the
Hifumi.
contrary, there's something very strange.
Okay then, what's so strange about it? Go ahead, share with the rest of the class.
Yep, let's hear it. A truth flashback. You'll memorize that weak spot. This memorized phrase can only be shot once as a single truth bullet. If you shoot or change the truth bullet, it will disappear from your truth cylinder. However, you can use this flashback feature as many times as you want. If you don't seem to have the answer to a lie or contradiction in your loaded truth bullets, it might be wise to memorize a different weak spot and use that to make your case. When's the best time to flashback? Well, you'll just have to use your keen wits, won't you? In this case, though, I will say that if you don't use a flashback, you won't be refuting anything. Good luck and have fun.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird.
Wait.
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room, that's a natural reaction.
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There was no time for pointless distractions. What's so strange about that?
You wish you'd taken me with you.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body.
Wait. It said left click, right? Hold down left click? Okay. Oops. Oh, there it is. Ah, so slow. Hold down. Okay. Yep, that was it.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird.
If you're presented with the opportunity, that's a natural.
The victim was Chihiro, who. So of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There was no time for pointless distractions. What's so strange about that?
You wish you'd taken me with you.
Okay.
So, you said Byak, but he was acting.
If you're presented with the opportunity, that's a natural.
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl.
Nope. Oh,
Of
frick.
course, I would suggest we check the girls' locker room.
There was no time.
I held it again.
So strange. You wish you'd taken me with you.
Damn it.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird.
If you're presented
Okay.
with the opportunity, that's a natural reaction.
The victim was Chihiro.
No, that's wrong.
Alright. I got it. Alright. That was just me being
I'll tell
dumb.
you what's so strange about that. Because up until we actually discovered the body, We couldn't have known who the victim was. So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro was the victim doesn't hold up.
I see. That's a good answer, I must admit. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. But your reasoning is still too weak.
Huh?
What's wrong? Is that it? Surely you've got more than that. Go ahead, show us.
It's like he doesn't even care.
What's the matter? You're not finished already, are you? There must be more to it.
There is. I think.
There is more to it. Think about it. We just talked about the differences between this case and past Genocide Jack incidents. The proof you're looking for is hidden in there.
Oh? Proof that I'm the culprit, you mean?
Differences between this case and the other murders.
The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with... It was some kind of rope, was it not?
That's right! It absolutely was!
Then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life. Obviously, somebody else must have had it hidden away somewhere.
Hi, Lemon. Kyoko waifu? Is that who you said the first time?
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with... It was some kind of rope, was it not?
That's right! It absolutely was!
Then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life. Obviously, somebody else must have had it hidden away somewhere.
Okay. I feel like I'm kind of stuck, but I don't think I need help yet. Maybe I just need butt spot.
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own... And I use those same scissors to...
But Chihiro was some kind of...
That's right! It absolutely was!
Then there must be something very...
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
No, that's wrong.
No, that's wrong. Okay. Alright, that was...
Actually,
Alright, that's what I was thinking. I was just like, I don't know if that's entirely the right bullet. But it was.
Because, you see, that rope, or should I say...
Extension cord!
An extension cord?
So, Lemon, I don't know if you noticed anybody missing from this round table, but there may or may not be a certain waifu of mine that is kind of dead.
And the same extension cord that was in the library all this time went missing after the murder. And there's no way someone who uses that extension cord as much as you do wouldn't discover that fact.
Then Byakuya must be the one who took the extension cord. I can't imagine any other possibility.
Don't care, my waifu is alive. Damn, dude. I gotta pick a new waifu, I guess. No, I gotta... Yeah, I don't know. Should I pick a new waifu, or should Chihiro just be a cutie pie?
That's really what you
Not
think?
Celeste.
Then your conclusion is something like this?
Aoi's already psychos.
killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, then hung her up and wrote that bloody message. I intentionally made it look like Genocide Jack was behind it.
Stick with your gut, waifu. Yeah, she's kind of dead though.
Is that about right?
That's the worst part. Not even involved?
What's wrong? I asked you if you think that's what happened.
Gutted waifu. Damn, dude.
That's what happened. So that's it, right? Byakuya's the killer.
I don't disagree with not disagreeing.
What?
It's a game, right? So he'd be totally willing to do something like this to win.
She agrees. That's what she said. Okay.
Sorry, but can we hold on just a second? I think we need to talk about this a little more.
Do we really need to? We've already decided who did it.
I know, but still, there's something that's still bothering me.
Is that right? And what, pray tell, is still bothering you? I killed her in the girls' locker room, then disguised my crime.
Why would he be admitting this? I feel like he's still not the killer.
Specifically, I dressed it up to make it look like it was the work of a homicidal psychopath. What about all that bothers you?
I can't look at the transcript, can I? Oh, okay.
I got it! You say you killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, right? But are you sure about that? Isn't it possible that the murder took place somewhere else?
How disappointing.
They left on such a good cliffhanger. Oh, that's... Yeah, that does suck.
What kind of question is that? Even in the world
Do you know
of
if it's like,
disappointments,
if there's
this
any
is a
plans to
true
continue it?
letdown.
Because I hate it when anime does that too. Like, I'd rather know it's being worked on or getting finished than they started it and have no plans to finish it.
She was found dead in the girls' locker room. There is absolutely no question about that. How could the scene of the crime have been anywhere else?
Well, I think it's entirely possible that she was killed somewhere else, then carried there later, along with the rest of the murder scene.
The rest of the murder scene? That was awfully specific. Please tell me you have a reason for saying all of that.
I believe I do.
Did I just take you off guard? Ooh, he doesn't know.
Hey, don't just move on without permission. What do you mean she was killed somewhere else?
Next episode is next week. Oh, okay. So you're caught up with it. That's a little bit better. At least you know it's like getting worked on still.
Come on, Makoto. If there's any chance the murder took place somewhere else, let's see the proof.
I have plenty of proof. It's either this or this. I'm gonna say it's the locker room posters.
The proof that she was killed somewhere else is the poster that.
Can't wait, I need to know more. You can write their fan fiction. Ask Hifumi, he knows all about that. You can end it how you want to end it. Just don't make it like something weird or gross or something fanfic writers would do.
Your proof is some posters?
The poster in the girls' locker room was a picture of a big boobed supermodel. But don't you think that's kind of strange? Why would the girls' locker room have a poster like that?
Yeah, that's weird.
Those massive jugs of hers were totally fake!
Meanwhile, the boys' locker room had a poster of the super popular boy band Tornado.
Isn't it obvious? Boys like Tornado too, okay?
Again, that doesn't really seem to belong in a boys' locker room.
I'm just kidding, I have no idea who Tornado is. What's up with Jill? She is Genocide Jack. And Byakuya tried to pin the murder on her.
So you're saying
Now it looks like the murder might be pinned on Byakuya instead now.
And there's one other thing I noticed about the locker rooms. You know what I'm talking about, right, Sakura?
You're referring to my protein coffee, aren't you?
So yeah, she's not really Toko anymore, she's Genocide Jack. As long as she has her tongue out.
Protein coffee?
While I was in the girls' locker room earlier, I spilled some protein coffee on the carpet. But I noticed that after the murder, the stain had been totally scrubbed away.
Nope, wasn't scrubbed away. It was moved to the boys' locker room carpet. Boom. I got it.
The stain on the girls' locker room carpet wasn't scrubbed away.
She may or may not come back to normal as soon as this case is over. But yeah, she's not the murderer. In fact, she was insulted how the murderer tried to pin it on her, because it's nothing like Genocide Jack's murders.
In fact, I found it on the boys' locker room carpet.
That's definitely the stain from my protein coffee.
Then, does that mean that the carpets were switched too? But why would anyone do that?
To move the murder scene from one locker room to the other. It's certainly plausible, don't you think? In other words, in order to completely swap the scene of the crime, the bloodstained poster and carpet were moved along with the dead body. By doing this, the killer was able to change the entire room where the murder took place.
I can certainly follow your reasoning, but why would the culprit bother doing that?
Huh?
That's a good question.
Why would they go to all that trouble of switching the scene of the crime? Actually,
This is my biggest mystery right now.
the murder did take place in the boys' locker room.
Right? This music is so good. It's so like intense for every moment it's in.
Then how did Chihiro get in the boys' locker room in the first place?
That's a great question.
Locker rooms. You have to swipe your e-handbook across the card reader device. But Chihiro's handbook should have only allowed her access to the girls' locker room. She had no way to get into the boys' locker room to begin with.
No, she did have a way, and I can tell you what it was.
I highly doubt that.
Shut up! I'm telling you, I know how she could have done it.
Okay. I don't understand why she would use the boys' locker room. Unless we have like the same exact thing where she wanted to murder someone in there, but that doesn't seem like Chihiro.
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow?
I got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook. She was the ultimate programmer, after all. I'm sure that would have been no problem for her.
No, I don't think that's it. She used the thing that was in the main hall.
Huh? What thing?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course. If she had that, she could get into the boys' locker room no problem.
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys'
Okay.
She must have hacked her e-handbook. She was the
Oh, for frick's frick.
sure that would have...
She used the thing that was...
What thing?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course.
No, that's wrong.
I don't think Chihiro used Leon's handbook.
Why not?
Because Leon's handbook was broken.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I guess that'd be pretty impossible, huh?
I am struck silent by how quickly you gave up.
Isn't there a regulation against using someone else's handbook?
Actually, the rule states that loaning your handbook is prohibited. It says nothing about borrowing one.
You guys are using the word borrowing a lot when you could definitely say the word stealing. I think
In
she
other
stole
words,
it.
You could borrow a dead person's handbook all you want, and you'd be safe.
Yup, yup, yup. Hit the nail square on the noggin.
Thanks, Monokuma.
Of course, if it were broken, that wouldn't make any sense anyway.
So then, she must have hacked us, like I said. She used her ultimate programmer skills and...
You can't fix an e-handbook. The instant you open one up, a security buzzer starts blaring.
So, if she didn't use Leon's handbook, and she didn't modify her own handbook...
Maybe Mr. Naegi's initial assumption is just wrong?
She has her scissors out.
It seems like there's no way she could have got into the boys' locker room. So I guess so.
Okay then, I vote for Byakuya.
It's not Byakuya then.
Hold on a second.
Kyoko with the save.
I think you're on the right track.
What the? You finally decide to open your mouth and that's what you've got to say? There's no way she could get in the boys' locker room, right? So...
Why are you so sure she couldn't get in? There's still one other way she could have gained access.
What?
What are you talking about? What other way is there?
Well, to explain that... Why don't we take a little break from the trial? I'd like you all to come see something.
Wait.
I
Just what do you think you're doing?
I was gonna say, are we allowed to do that?
This'll make the whole trial more exciting. I'm sure that thought must please you.
Huh? It'll make things more exciting?
Oh, he's on board.
All right then. I declare an official class trial recess.
Neat.
For real?
Now then, what is it you want to show us? It better not be boring or I'll be very unhappy.
Oh, I have no doubt it'll meet your lofty expectations. So, shall we go?
Let's go. Where she took us was...
The girls' locker room?
We've already searched this place top to bottom. What are you trying to pull, Missy?
I'd like you to examine the victim's body one more time. Be sure to examine the entire body very carefully. Take your time.
Examine her carefully. Like
God,
using our
Hifumi.
hands? No, wait.
Is she a trap? That's gonna be very awkward.
It's probably best if I don't run my hands all over a girl's dead body.
It's not that I'm creeped out or anything. It's just based on religious grounds.
You'd like me to fill you in? Okay. We initially thought, or initially the blame was pinned on Toko, whose split personality made her Genocide Jack. Only Genocide Jack is kind of like not. Genocide Jack is kind of real, but it was like an embarrassing replication of a Genocide Jack murder, which Byakuya tried to pin on her. But now, Byakuya is like very confused about like the switching of one place to another. Because the crime scenes were switched.
Very well. I'll do it.
But you're a girl. You shouldn't have to touch a dead body. Just let one of the boys do it.
No, it's okay. I think Chihiro would rather have a girl examine her. So just leave this to me.
Okay, if Chihiro's a trap, that's gonna be very funny.
Sakura,
sorry, Chihiro. Please excuse the intrusion.
Be sure to check her entire body.
Oh god, she's totally a trap, dude.
Her entire body? I know you say that, but what?
She's a male.
What is this?
Yeah, Sakura gets it.
What is it?
It's a schlong.
Not possible. It's not possible.
Butt spot, no.
This girl is
what?
Is a boy. I knew it! Damn it! That's so funny.
So
Hifumi has never been so happy about anything in his entire life. Waifu canceled. I have 2 male waifus.
You're joking, right?
I wouldn't joke about this.
Sakura just felt up a dead body.
it's really true?
Your dead male body.
Oh, what? You guys didn't know? Heck, I knew that right off the bat.
That was her big secret that she didn't want people to know.
Chihiro Fujisaki was totally a guy.
Still waifu, I don't care.
So that's what Kyoko wanted to show everyone, huh? Interesting.
How did you know that, Kyoko?
Yes, that certainly does make things much more exciting. Now let's ride this wave of excitement back to the courtroom and get back to the trial.
That was a big twist to this trial. I did not see that coming.
I do apologize for keeping you waiting. Now then, let's resume the class trial.
Alright, my waifu was totally a guy. And my gaifu was also totally a guy. I have some questions about myself that I will answer at a later date. For now, let's just continue on.
We've all just learned of the shocking revelation that Chihiro was actually a boy. Let's pick up from there.
Did you make the guess that I can hear about? Sort of. There may or may not be some new developments. So first, I did not guess Toko, who was the first suspect, and I did not guess Byakuya, who's the second subject, but he seems very confused about where the scene of the crime took place. Like he was not involved in it. So my first guess is Celeste. Now I think these are back in the question. My second guess is Sakura. Both of which are females who definitely changed the, like, locations. Who definitely could have changed the locations using Leon's e-handbook.
Yes, well, I don't know his reason for hiding it, but the fact is, Chihiro was not a girl, but a boy.
Still cute. I'm not gonna just change my answer because I realized something now.
And because the victim was male, he would have had no problem gaining access to the boys' locker room.
I'll give you no information regarding it. Sounds good. But yeah, I initially had to... guess a new suspect to pin the crime on instead of Toko. So I guessed those two, realized they were both wrong, and I'm like, really? Byakuya? Because he helped me so much. And I didn't think that it would be him. And now it turns out it also still might not be him. So, I'm going to say that these two answers that I picked are still not wrong. I don't think it was Mondo.
Assuming his handbook.
But I'm not
did,
saying
in
you're
fact,
wrong either,
list his
'cause I don't
gender
know.
as male, then yes, that would be true.
Of course his handbook said he was a boy. He dressed like a girl, but he was a boy through and through.
So then, there should be no issue with Makoto's initial assertion. The victim was killed in the boys' locker room, and was then later moved to the girls' locker room. And the killer could have easily used Sayaka or Junko's handbook to get into the girls' locker room.
So Chihiro really was killed in the boys' locker room?
I still don't understand the motive for moving the body, but yes, that does seem plausible.
Alright, Kyoko, the master like sleuth, also doesn't get it. I feel a little bit better.
I must admit, I did find it rather odd. I knew he felt a little off. There was a certain incongruity to his female body.
This is the most titillating situation!
So now everything has been connected. All the mysteries have finally become clear.
Okay, well, connected or clear or whatever. We still think you're the killer, remember?
Very interesting.
See, why would he admit
This
it?
has become very interesting indeed.
He's trying to get somebody else free.
He's off in his own little world.
What about you, Makoto? After everything we've learned, do you still think Byakuya's the killer?
Well, without a doubt, Byakuya is the one that made Chihiro's death look like Genocide Jack did it. But I think he might not actually be the killer after all.
I just don't understand why he's trying to help anybody else.
But aren't you the one who accused him in the first place?
Yeah.
He just seems to be too easygoing about all this. Like he's enjoying us solving the mystery. The way he's acting, it makes it seem like it doesn't have anything
This
to
is
do with
such a
And
thing.
you think that might be because it doesn't have anything to do with him?
I'm just saying, with my initial guess being Celeste, this is like the third or fourth time she's spoken this entire trial.
Plus, the evidence
I think it might be her.
How can I put it? Overt. He consciously chose to use the extension cord, knowing it could connect him to the murder. At least, that's how I see it. And Byakuya, when you found out the murder took place in the boys' locker room, it seemed around.
That's true too. Cornhead barely spoke anything. He's made like he's also made like 3 very loud statements, and that's it. Sakura seems to be taking part.
Chihiro was actually a guy. If you really were the killer, that stuff wouldn't have had any effect on you.
So that's your thinking, huh? Well, it bothers me that you don't have more concrete reasons, but...
The portraits have been silent too. Very suspect.
Fine. I guess I'll mark it as correct for the time being.
Mark it as correct?
That'd be so funny if we got a haunting as a cause of death. What do we do at that point? Do we exorcise them?
He's right. I am not the culprit. I just happened to come across the corpse in the girls' locker room and decided to alter it.
Are you fucking with us right now?
No, I am not effing with you right now.
What a wholesome little
telling you
boy.
the truth.
He's not gonna say it.
Go ahead. Find it very hard to believe. You're free to be executed along with the rest of us.
I was kind of hoping that we could just execute Byakuya, but I'm kind of fine with that not being the case, because I would rather live.
If you're really telling the truth, then why? Why do you do that to his body?
My reasons hardly matter right now. Uncovering the culprit is much more important, wouldn't you say?
Waffle's gonna use that quote as long as I'm playing this game and Hifumi is alive.
Now then, if it wasn't me, who was it?
Well, I don't think I can say for sure without talking about it.
I'm so glad that's a quote.
You're seriously gonna keep going? We're all good, aren't we? I thought it was clear Byakuya did it.
No, I'm with Makoto. If there's any doubt whatsoever, we need to explore every possibility. Because if we're wrong, we all die here.
That's true.
Byakuya's playing a
I'm with you too.
risky, stupid little game. Oh, I just, you know, altered the crime scene a little to make the trial a little bit more interesting. Oh, okay, but we now think you did it, and if we accuse you, we all die except the one person who gets to live. Couldn't you have just not done that? I get it, it makes for a little bit more of an exciting trial. But come on, man. You now realize all your classmates hate you.
Damn straight. Count me in.
Do you not have a mind of your own?
Of course I do. What am I, an ant or something?
Anyway, let's discuss this all as a group one more time. We still have time to make our decision.
That's very true.
Our lives are all on the line.
Excellent. Then shall we resume our game of hide and seek?
All right. My guesses could still be correct, you guys. The killer is not Genocide Jack. One thing we can be sure about? Alright, now that they said this, my answers are both out of the question, I think. The killer has to be a guy if Chihiro's murdered in the boys' locker room and then just switched, right? And the only boys' handbook that they don't have, or that people could use, is Leon's, whose is broken. Need to find some more clues. All right, my guesses are out the door. It's not Celeste or Sakura.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Clues are one thing. Did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
New info. Oh, frick.
It's all over. The killer! And only the killer! And it's not like they're just gonna turn themselves in. Game over, man! Game over!
No! Not game over!
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Maybe. Nope, not that.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Well, clues are one thing, but did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
This is new info? Frick!
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Well, clues are one thing, but did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have...
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be...
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new...
It's over. It's
The disappearing stain, maybe?
You want to know who saw the victim? The killer. And only the killer.
Oh, okay, I'm dumb.
They're just gonna turn game over, man.
No! Not game over!
Okay. That was much simpler than I thought. I just overthunk it.
Sure, someone saw the victim at some point. Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new...
It's over. You want to know who saw the victim? The killer. And only... No, it's wrong.
Nope. Celestar. Boop.
No, that's wrong.
I believe someone else did see the victim before he was murdered. What do you think, Celeste?
Now that you mention it, yes, I did see him.
Huh? Really?
Oh, but I suppose only Makoto knows about this. The rest of you had no idea, did you? That is why you're all making such ugly noises.
Whatever! Just hurry up and tell us!
It was last night, right before nighttime. I saw Chihiro in the dormitory warehouse. I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag. And then, I assume, he headed off to exercise.
A track jacket and a duffel bag? But we didn't find anything like that at the murder scene.
It seems likely that the culprit destroyed them to get rid of any evidence.
And that is when he said something that struck me as rather odd.
Kind of in a hurry.
Told me he was in a hurry. But
Interesting.
why would he be in a hurry? Only if someone were waiting for him, I should think.
This may or may not mean that Cornhead is the killer, because
So, Mr. Fujisaku was on his way to
he's
meet
kind
his
of
someone, and then they were
muscular.
going to work out together?
But Hina and I had invited him to exercise with us plenty of times, and he always declined.
Alright, Waffle may be onto something.
Probably because he was afraid you'd find out the secret he was hiding, right?
Which means that conversely, he must have trusted whoever he was meeting with very much. Enough so that he was willing to risk his secret being revealed.
It could actually be Cornhead.
A marvelous friendship! The point is, whoever he met up with is the culprit, right? So we just gotta figure out who it was.
But knowing what we know, we can't even guess.
No, you already have what you need to make the connection.
Huh?
You know who the killer is.
Seriously? Who is it? Who's the killer?
Think back to the track jacket and duffel bag the killer disposed of. Focus on the details of these items, and it should become obvious who was waiting for him.
Track jacket and duffel bag?
Are you sure about that? You really think we can figure out who did it based on two pieces of evidence that we don't have?
What? You want to track down some fingerprints or something?
Even if we had the equipment for that, we wouldn't know how to use it.
As was noted, the evidence is already gone. There's nothing to get fingerprints from.
Maybe, but we can make certain inferences if we just take the time to talk it out.
Easy for you to say, but fine. Celeste, did you notice anything special about the bag or jacket? The bag was just a normal duffel bag from the warehouse. All the bags in there are the same, so I can't imagine what would make that one special.
Well, if I remember right, there was a decent variety of tracksuits to choose from. Do you think there might be some connection between the culprit and Chihiro's jacket?
I'm so confused.
Let's explore that and talk a bit more about the jacket he took.
It has to.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't even have a tracksuit. This exercising sucks.
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that really help us get any closer to figuring out who the culprit is?
No way. Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he just said without even realizing it? He was on his way to go. So next, why did he choose the specific?
What do you mean, the specific track?
I got it! He picked that track. It matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't
Frick.
even have a tracksuit.
Wait, hold on.
This exercising sucks.
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that really help us get him closer?
No way. Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he just said without even realizing it?
It's either Cornhead or...
Chihiro was heading. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that. It matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
Ah, that wasn't it. Frick.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
Oops. Frickin' frick. Okay, I keep doing dumps. No, I don't need help yet.
No way. Not a chance.
I think I know what I'm doing wrong.
First of all, we know where he was on his way, so next
Okay, no, I got it.
What do you mean, the specific?
I got it! He picked that. It matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
Ah, frick! I keep
I have a white track. I got it from
I keep doing the same dumb thing. Okay.
Not a chance.
You heard him, right? First of all, we know he was on his way to go, so next is why did he choose?
What do you mean, the...
I got it! It matched the one that...
So, what you're saying
Yeah,
is,
I'm just doing the same dumb thing.
blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
What? That wasn't it? Okay. No, I don't need help yet. I'd rather game over first before I ask for help.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
I'm running out of time though.
The specific tracksuit.
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So,
No, that doesn't
what
work for
you're
that.
saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't even have a tracksuit. This exercising sucks.
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse,
Frick.
if you must know.
Did any of that really help us getting closer to figuring out who the culprit is?
No way. Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he just said without even realizing it?
I thought I did, but now I'm like... The thing that I thought was not right. Alright, it's one of those two people. But I'm not getting it yet. I may or may not game over here.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, Why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're
I'm gonna run out of
saying
time
is
before it even gets
the
there.
killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
Yeah, frick. I'm out of time. Damn it. Why did you guys vote for me? Of course I do.
I refuse to give up yet.
Okay. I want to try to solve this still without help. Hold on. I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna look at controls. No, that's not it. Let me know if you need a good hint. Okay, will do. No, fast. No, not fast forward. Okay. It's gonna be a long transcript. It might be Celeste's account.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
Damn it.
First of all, we know where Chiki was on his way, so next week, why did he choose?
What do you mean?
I got it! It matched the one the culprit.
So, what you're saying
Is it here?
the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him?
No, that's wrong.
Alright. That was,
Hold on
something.
a second, Mondo. What did you just say?
Okay. I see how he slipped up.
Huh? What'd I say?
The same blue
When
tracksuit.
Celeste testified a few minutes ago, she said,
Oh, she never said the color.
anything about the jacket's color. So why did you say Chihiro's blue tracksuit?
Oh, he messed up.
You just...
Hey, Celeste, what color was Chihiro's tracksuit?
As a matter of fact, it was blue.
And
Dang,
before
dude.
we began the trial, did you tell anyone that?
The only one I told about any of this was you.
Then, Mondo, how did you know what color Chihiro's tracksuit
It's fucking cornhead.
Because I just... I'm sure he saw the clothes at some point in the investigation.
Right, Big Moraine.
No, that can't be it.
It seems like you got it.
The clothes were surely disposed of by the time we began our investigation.
It sure sounds like you called it. Oh god, if it's freaking Mondo, he's gonna get a bike gang leader's type punishment. That's gonna be so dark. Cherry.
Are you talking about Chihiro? So, how about it? Did you see the tracksuit or didn't you?
Look at her tongue.
Just by chance. I just happened to see it last night. He walked past me, and he was carrying the tracksuit in his hands.
No, that can't be it either. According to Celeste's testimony,
Almost like she was trying to hide it. Just like that, she was gone.
when Celeste noticed it, Chihiro made a point of making sure the jacket was completely in the bag. If you just ran into him briefly, you couldn't possibly have seen what color the tracksuit was.
It would appear you dug your own grave.
Perhaps. But you handed him the shovel, didn't you? That's why you said what you did. Focus on the tracksuit and it'll be obvious who he met with? What a bunch of nonsense.
Ah, now I understand. It was all one big bluff, wasn't it? Your true intention was to draw a slip of the tongue from the culprit. That's why you said you knew who did it.
Okay, I am not looking forward to this punishment if it really is Mondo.
However, Mondo was my target all along. I had my suspicions about him from the very beginning.
Did you though?
What made you so suspicious?
That's a good question.
The way he talked?
There was a certain turning point that tipped me off. Maybe you didn't notice it, Mondo, but you tend to refer to men and women differently. You only call guys dude. For girls, it's chick. And after he was killed, you happened to refer to him as dude. Once I picked up on that, it occurred to me that Mondo knew something we didn't.
I'm gonna have to pay attention to that.
Notice such a tiny detail?
Because I don't remember that.
You're positively frightful.
No, I'm not the frightful one. Not nearly as frightful as someone capable of murdering a friend.
Mondo,
Oh gosh.
was it really you? Did you really kill Chihiro?
I didn't kill anyone.
Oh no.
Over me, judging everything I say, putting words in my mouth. What gives you the right to treat me like a goddamn criminal?
Yeah, he would never do something like that. This is a false accusation.
It's true. My reasoning on that is pretty shaky.
That was fast.
Well, this does present us with a problem. It seems we are all out of leads.
My time has nearly come.
What happened to your voice?
That's what my little ghost friend is telling me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hifumi, weren't you telling me you found some evidence?
Really? What kind of evidence?
Actually, no. Now that I'm thinking about it here calmly,
God damn it, Hifumi.
all that relevant.
Jeez, is your confidence just get up and walk away? It's fine, man. Just tell us.
If you really insist, then... here it is.
Oh, he found it. Kokichi, thank you for the follow. I hope I pronounced your name right. Glad you're enjoying.
What do you have there?
It happens to be an e-handbook. I
That's some
found it
pretty
laying
damning
around,
evidence.
So I scooped it up.
Kokichi, you're not in this game. It's not mine. It's honestly, I don't know if it's Mondo's or Chihiro's.
I got it! We know Chihiro's handbook was missing from the scene of the crime, right?
I don't know if it was Mondo's or Chihiro's.
For a fact indeed. I was totally sure I'd found it.
Then it must hold some clue about the culprit, right?
Well, that's what I was hoping. But it's busted. It won't even turn on.
I imagine the culprit broke it to get rid of any evidence after the murder.
How does one break it?
The handbooks were quite so fragile.
You're right. They're not. They're totally waterproof and shock resistant. It would take an awful lot to break one.
And yet, this one does appear to be broken, as is Leon's, sitting useless in the main hall. For all your confidence, that is a remarkably high failure rate.
Do you think there might be some kind of mystery in there somewhere?
A dumbbell? I think they said it could like withstand 1,000 tons or something, maybe 100 tons.
Oh, precisely. Did the handbooks get broken?
I think. Maybe.
I got it! You already told us before that the handbook has one weak point, didn't you?
You remember that?
What is its weak point, though?
Maybe I let that slip, but I never told anyone what the weak point actually was.
But if the handbook is supposed to never break, and two of them broke in quick succession,
then we can only assume that someone's figured out its weakness. You know what the weakness is, right, Monokuma? So, what is it?
You're asking me?
I think it's a necessary piece of information if you want this to be a fair trial.
But if I tell you, and someone else decides...
You gotta just redo your entire e-handbook mantra. Just make new ones.
Why would we want to break our own handbooks?
Oh well, I have a weakness for pushy demands. But you're sure you won't follow their example?
I have a weakness for pushy demands. We've been demanding you let us all go for a while now.
Then allow me to make a special announcement. The weak point of my cutting-edge e-handbook is... when it's exposed to high temperatures for too long, it will suffer a meltdown and totally break!
That's what that had to do with this case. Okay, I understand now. You did not.
Because I found the handbook laying on the floor of the sauna.
That's what the sauna had to do with it.
The temperature in the sauna can reach over 200 degrees.
Sour, please.
Strange how you don't get burnt, huh? It's because as your sweat evaporates, it creates a cooling layer of air around your skin. If the hot air of the sauna were somehow pushed directly onto your skin...
Oh my gosh, that makes so much sense. He never took his clothes off.
That layer of air would get blown away. That's why you may feel a burning when you move around. So when you're in a sauna, make sure to keep nice and still.
Interesting. I learned one new fact today.
Taka's gonna go home with this, like, just fact in his back pocket. He's not even gonna realize someone is going to get murdered. He didn't realize somebody got murdered already. He just learned an interesting fact.
That is a mere trifling speck of knowledge.
Anyway, if you found the victim's handbook in the sauna, then the killer must have been purposely trying to raise its temperature in order to break it.
meaning the culprit somehow knew its weakness.
But how'd they find out? Monokuma said he didn't tell anyone, right?
Indeed.
That's because Mondo figured it out on his own.
What if they found out by accident?
What do you mean by accident?
What if the killer took their own handbook into the sauna, not knowing its weakness, and it broke? They'd realize it was broken, of course, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out why. And once they had Chihiro's handbook, they knew they had an easy way to dispose of it.
I won't say it's not possible, but who would have done something like that?
There's two possible
I don't
suspects
know
for
of
that.
Anyone who took their handbook into the sauna.
I might know someone who did.
Seriously?
I think the one who may have taken their handbook into the sauna was...
Why did he get nervous? I mean, it could be either one of them. They were both in that sauna, but Mondo's the only one that did not take his clothes off, so that layer of coolant that Monokuma just explained from the sweat, that wouldn't have affected Mondo.
Here's my answer. Mondo, your handbook got broken in the sauna, didn't it?
Easy.
What?
They're bros. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Why do you keep accusing him?
That's true. They really broed it out. I thought one of them was gonna murder the other.
Mondo and Taka had an endurance contest in the sauna not too long ago. Remember? And during the contest,
Great,
Mondo just so
great
happened to keep
picture.
his school uniform on.
His corn hair looks so much longer there than it ever has before.
But little did he realize, he'd also left his handbook in one of his uniform pockets.
Taka's kind of
When it was
ripped.
all over, Mondo discovered that taking your handbook into the sauna could easily destroy it.
No, wait, hold on. You got it all wrong. He would never kill. I don't accept this. Show me the proof. The actual solid proof.
I found something that proves it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Did I? Oh gosh.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all. Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly.
Oops.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Oh, it got blocked.
See? Makoto was Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly.
Oops. Okay.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
No, that's wrong.
Oh yeah? Turn it on! You are legally allowed to murder me if it says, upon starting up, Mondo.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
I understand. That's awesome.
That was in the main hall. Isn't that one actually yours?
What the heck are you talking about?
What I mean is, I think Mondo swapped his handbook out for one that actually works.
Monokuma's like, no, 1,000 baseballs could never destroy it.
I think he took Leon's handbook and replaced it with his own. After all, Monokuma said himself that Leon's handbook never should have broken.
That's right. The punishment it suffered wasn't nearly enough to destroy
Hi, Boone.
it.
So then,
What a cute
the
little boy.
broken handbook in the main hall is actually Mondo's, which would mean that the handbook Mondo has right now is actually Leon's. Yes?
But doesn't that violate the school regulation that says
Oh my
loaning
gosh,
to
we already went
handbooks
over this.
Well, here's how I look at it. There is a rule about loaning your handbook to another student, but if they're dead, they're not a student.
BRB sounds good.
Kind of a gray area, I admit.
Please try to get back
Please
during the
forget
punished
anything.
section.
It just makes things
During the
more
punishment.
interesting.
I'm gonna be very interested to watch it.
As such, I decree that exchanging
Also, I didn't realize this was taking 6.5 hours, so I'm afraid this is gonna be my only one. Because I assume Chapter 3 will either be longer or more difficult, so... While I so want to play more than just one, it's definitely going to be way too late for me to start another one. Start and finish it. I don't really want to start a chapter without being able to finish it.
Well, Mondo, if I'm wrong about this, you're welcome to say so. I'm happy to admit I made a mistake, but
Son of a bitch.
What's wrong, bro? Come on, tell him he's wrong. You are wrong. You have to be wrong. Everything you just said is wrong. You made it all up.
Okay, then why don't we look back on this case one more
Oh,
time
here we go.
from the beginning?
The comics.
That way, everything will become clear.
This I'm nervous about. What the heck is the ball doing here? Easy, okay. I thought there'd be a boys' door. Looking back. That's... okay, here it is. Maybe? Waffle. Hey, there it is. Thanks, buddy. For the one whole bit. Oh, Christ. Um...
Alright, this one's a little bit more monk-esque. Maybe? That might not be right. But I don't see anything about, like, the act of... That's not right. It's not that. It's not the ball. Okay, I know these are not in the right order initially, but I want to make sure I have enough time. Yeah, this is definitely not in the right order, but I want to make sure that I get the ones that I got.
First, let's take a look back to before the incident. Last night, Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse, correct? At the time, she was apparently stuffing something into a duffel bag.
Easy.
That something was a blue tracksuit. You can confirm this, right, Celeste? With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime.
I think the one on the far left is wrong.
She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room?
Oh. That wasn't it? Okay.
Here's exactly what happened. With bag in hand, she made her. But how could the victim, who...
Damn it. Ooh, I lose an entire heart. Wait, if it's not this one... Right? Didn't I just... I thought I did that one.
What happened?
If I'm dumb and did the same one again, then that's on me.
With bag in hand, she made her. But how could the...
Okay. Yep, still more of the creepy bear game. Maybe that's right?
Here's exactly what happened.
We're nearing the end of chapter 2.
She made her way to... How could the victim...
Yes! Perfect, okay. Much better.
Simple, because she was really a he, which is why he was able to use his own e-handbook to gain entrance to the boys' locker room. Once inside, he met with someone there. And the person he met was the one who killed him. It seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dumbbell, approached the unsuspecting Chihiro.
You basically made it for the case summary so far. Perfect.
And that's That's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from.
That was the one I was kind of afraid of.
It was likely in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned.
The girl is a boy, yeah.
Which is why the killer
That was like the big reveal of this case.
pulling up the bloodstained carpet.
But I also didn't realize who did it until it was revealed. The first case, or the first chapter, I knew who did it, like, from the clues. This time it was a mystery until it was actually solved in-game.
Then, removing the bloody poster,
I think this one's wrong. Oh, it's not.
and finally carrying the corpse into
Oh
the
yeah,
girl's
Waffle got it
locker
all along.
A girl's handbook was necessary to get into the locker room, of course.
Oh yeah.
But this alone doesn't prove that the killer was necessarily a girl. After all, Sayaka and Junko's handbooks had been placed in the main hall.
Kinda. Cause the girl that died was who I deemed my waifu. So I also had a gaifu just to balance it out. And so now instead I have two gaifus.
Using one of those, a boy could get into the girls' locker room without much problem.
No, gaifu works much better.
Exactly how the killer did it. With the
I like
carpet and the
gaifu so much
poster they
better.
brought with them, they got to work. They changed the layout of the boys' and girls' locker room in what you might call a crime scene switch.
Yeah, there was a lot of evidence pointing that he was a she. So, for she to be a he is very embarrassing. Because he was adorable.
That could have been the end of things, but no.
But I'm not going to be like, oh, what I really meant was, I mean, adorable in like the, oh, what a cute little guy kind of way. No, I'm not. My waifu was a trap, basically. I'm not going to try to get out of this now. I just have to live with this fact.
Byakuya discovered the body and decided to intervene in the situation, making things even more complicated.
Yeah, Byakuya is a prick.
So, after stumbling on the crime scene, he went and grabbed the extension cord from the library, and then he got to work.
For no reason other than he wanted to make this more fun.
To string up Chihiro's lifeless body.
Poor Chihiro, dude.
Then, using the victim's own blood, he left a grisly message there at the scene of the crime. He wanted to create the illusion that Genocide Jack was responsible for the slaughter.
Alright, I got the rest of them pretty
And
easy.
around the same time that Byakuya was putting
It was
together
one
this
in the
saga,
middle that was kind of confusing. But I'm glad to see that I got the comics a little bit easier than I did last time.
The killer, having already disposed of Chihiro's bag and other belongings, arrived at the sauna.
Yeah, seeing his lifeless body was so dark. Hung up like in a crucifix position with your neck like strangled like that, bloodlust written in your own blood. That's so fucked.
They planned to destroy the last piece of evidence, Chihiro's handbook. And just as the killer expected, the steamy sauna was enough to ruin the electronic gadget. Somehow, the killer knew that the handbook couldn't stand up to the heat of the sauna. And the reason they knew that is because the sauna had already wrecked their own handbook. And that's how it all played out.
Dang it, me and Mondo were bros too. We were gonna go.
Right, Mondo Owada.
We were gonna go like riding around on motorcycles together. We made plans for it, and he's like, nope, I'm gonna just murder your fake waifu instead. It sucks, dude. I'm losing a waifu and a friend. Taka's taking it hard because those two are bros. A new element? Really? Ah. The trial and the investigation and kind of the characters are all pretty Phoenix Wright-esque. But instead of like new witnesses every case, it's the same 15 people just getting smaller and smaller in terms of who got killed and who could have killed them. Fever time and nega time. If you press the space key, fever time will activate. Tempo would be forced to its max. Sort of, you just don't play the game. And then all your waifus are alive. No, it's storyline to progress and watch your friends and loved ones die. At this point, even if you push the buttons at random, you won't miss. This only lasts until your focus gauge runs out. If your opponent activates it, your tempo marker would disappear, making it quite a bit tougher to hit the buttons in rhythm. Alright, this is like the most out of place section, but I think I understand it from last time. It's just with this new rule, it might be a little bit more difficult.
Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. You're corrupt. I refuse to vote. I refute you. False. You're corrupt. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't
There it
listen.
is.
Show me some evidence.
This should prove it.
I like pressed space like once or twice and it didn't disappear, so I'm like, you know what, I got this. And I was like, okay, maybe I have to hold it. But even then, I was like doing so well.
Mondo must have replaced his broken handbook with Leon's. In which case, we can just check each of our handbooks right now. Once we do that, we'll...
We don't gotta do that.
Oh?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's admitting it?
I did it. I killed him.
Oh, Mondo. He's not even gonna hide it. He's like, yep, you got me. Two Bs, baby. 986 points. I'm guessing out of 1,000. 98 tokens. We can get so many, like, prizes and trinkets.
I got no choice, man. After hearing all that, I gotta just give up.
He's taking it a lot better than Leon did.
Go ahead, Monokuma. Get it over with. Ask for the goddamn verdict.
Dang, dude.
Wait, hold on.
Taka, I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, Waffle had it from the beginning.
Time for the moment we've all been waiting for. Grab your lever and give it a yank! second this time around. Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Yeah, everything like Waffle said, I did not like take as a spoiler. I was like, okay, that's just him guessing. I'm pretty sure he would not spoil it for me by guessing Mondo. I think he was just guessing.
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna
He's also had something about Cornhead for a very long time. This is gonna suck, dude. If it has anything to do with his ultimate, this is gonna be so brutal.
What?
This time it looks like you got it right again. Yes, it is so. The Blacken that killed Chihiro Fujisaki was... Mondo Owada!
Unbelievable.
In case you're wondering, the vote was not unanimous. Kiyotaka chose the wrong answer. You're treading very close to the danger zone, Mr. Ishimaru. You need to be more careful.
I refuse to believe it. There's no way. No way he would kill someone.
Sorry. What is this?
Why are you apologizing? It's actually one of the more tame ones. I don't know about that. I'll judge that for myself once I see it. Why did you do it?
Now then.
It looks like Mondo's taking a vow of silence, so allow me to explain on his behalf.
Actually,
The story of the murder this time is the sad story of two men. Oh, but for anyone who doesn't really want to hear it, you can hit the control key to fast forward the text.
I'm gonna guess he either killed his own brother or his own dad, and that was a secret that he didn't want out.
There was once a young boy, and his name was Chihiro Fujisaki. Wait. Oh.
Maybe... what?
Never mind. He had an extreme inferiority complex regarding his own lack of strength. You're so weak even though you're a boy. He'd heard things like that as long as he could remember, and he couldn't overcome his weakness. On the contrary, he tried to hide and buried himself further and further into that weakness, to take on the fragile form of a petite young girl. He had chosen that as his way out.
Now nobody will be able to say anything about even though you're a boy. But no matter how tightly
he wrapped himself up in that shell, the inferiority complex had already taken root deep inside of him, and was not so easily weeded out. As it turned out, the shell was completely empty. The complex didn't disappear. Instead, it only grew stronger and stronger.
Poor Chihiro.
Weak, 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 weak.
Once the killing game had begun here at the school, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, this world is survival of the fittest. If you're not strong, you don't survive. And then the lovely and hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets, which of course included Chihiro's embarrassing secret, which I was more than willing to divulge. Even though he dresses like a girl, Chihiro is actually a boy. And that was something Chihiro couldn't let anyone find out, no matter the cost. If that was revealed, it would be the end. The hardened shell would crack, the armor would fall away. Without a doubt, those around him would torture him more than ever before. Everyone figured being thrust into such a dilemma must have sent him spiraling into despair. And yet...
I'm sorry. But...
So maybe we could talk about it later. After I try my best to become strong, then I can tell everyone.
Annoyingly, he used the threat of discovery to motivate himself to become stronger.
That's right.
Now's my chance. I'm going to get stronger and accept who I am.
Strong enough so that when someone says, even though you're a boy, I'll be okay. I'll get better. With that, thought at the front of his mind, he resolved to take immediate action. And so, that day he made the commitment to begin exercising. He was prepared to retrain his mind and body. But sadly, that would be the first and only chance he would get at it. Feels bad, man. When he decided to start exercising, he thought it would be good to ask for someone's help. But he wanted to tell that person his secret first, and then ask them to help him from there. And the person he went to...
That's right.
It was me. It sure was! The biker gang fella had been painfully clear about how important his manly promises were. So Chihiro probably figured that even if he confided in Mondo, his honor would make him keep the secret. Plus, Mr. Macho Mondo was the very symbol of a strong man that Chihiro had always aspired to. Maybe talking to Mondo about it will help give me some courage. So he... What? Pretty sure Monokuma should be saying this. But, you know. That was his aspiration. And he thought that only with Mondo's support would he ever be able to come close to that.
Correct.
That must be why Mondo did what he did, to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro. Did what he did? That's why Mondo carried Chihiro from the boys' locker room into the girls' locker room?
Indeed.
Wasn't that to cover up what he'd done?
Certainly.
That could have been part of it, but I don't think that was the main reason. The real purpose was to keep the promise between men he'd made to Chihiro. Aww.
But
Because it made everyone still believe that he was a girl. And that's touching.
Because...
If everyone knew he'd been killed in the boys' locker room, then everyone would have been arguing about how she got into the boys' locker room, right? Once that started up, at least a few of us would have immediately begun to suspect his identity, so... He tried to protect Chihiro's secret by putting him in the girls' locker room and stealing his handbook, see? Then Mondo did all that to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro, who he'd also killed? Why would he do that? The more I hear you talk, the more I don't understand. I mean, you guys trusted each other, right? So why? Why did you... Because no matter what, I didn't want anyone to know.
I knew it.
So that's what triggered it after all. The possibility of having your embarrassing memories and secrets exposed.
What is this?
Nothing could have been that bad. Something he didn't want anyone to know, even if it meant killing someone? It's impossible!
Don't make me repeat myself.
How many times must I repeat myself? To judge others by your own standard is the height of folly. Even if you can't comprehend it, he obviously can. And that's all there is to it. While we're on the subject, why don't I tell you? That embarrassing memory, that secret he didn't want anyone to know? You know what Mondo did? I called it. Okay. I like half called it. I didn't pick between brother and father, but yeah. He killed his own brother! Mondo, the ultimate biker gang leader, makes all the hoodlums and riffraff across the country tremble. But the only reason he had the chance to join a gang in the first place was because of a certain someone. Mondo's older brother's name was Daya Owada. Mondo had nothing but respect for him. It was because of Daya that Mondo ever got on a motorcycle. Mondo's brother was his only family growing up. He was the only one Mondo could trust or respect. He wanted to measure up to his big brother, so he imitated him in everything he did. Mondo was the epitome of the starry-eyed kid brother. Meanwhile, the charismatic older brother had put together a local motorcycle gang. And before anyone knew it, it had grown into the biggest biker gang in the country. Daya, the older brother, number 1 in the gang, and his number 2, his younger brother Mondo. In the beginning, everything was peaches and gravy. But when Mondo started to think about how he would have to take over the gang from his brother someday, his brother's greatness, his reputation, began to gnaw on Mondo's very soul.
I'm enjoying this voice acting. I don't know who's talking here, so I'm not gonna do it.
Almost every day, Mondo heard the gossip and whispers of the other members of the gang. Which is why...
I
gotta get stronger. Stronger than Daya. Once, just one time. No matter what, I gotta win.
Don't fuck with me.
I don't care what it takes. I gotta come out on top.
And on the night of his amazing brother's retirement ceremony, Mondo challenged him to a street race. But during the race, tragedy struck.
Oh.
The kid brother pushed ahead with reckless abandon, eager for victory, and dashed into oncoming traffic. But suddenly...
Oh, his brother saved his life.
Laying in his kid brother's arms, the older brother delivered his final words.
My bad, kid. I fucked up. Sorry.
Of course he knew it was his brother's fault, but Daya never blamed him for what happened.
Hey kid, the rest is up to you. No matter what, you gotta keep the gang together. 'Cause it's the team, you and me put together. It's a promise between men. Damn, dude.
He decided to hide the truth of what happened from everyone else in the gang. In order to keep the gang together and keep the promise to his brother, he could never admit it to anyone that it was its own weakness that caused the accident. And as a result, the team was made even stronger under the banner of the kid who'd bested his big brother. Daya was gonna lose to his kid brother, so he got stupid and got himself killed. That became the explanation for what happened. Mondo's lie became the truth. He wanted to lead the team so bad, he was willing to tell all kinds of lies about his brother.
I just...
I'm strong.
And yet... As soon as our killing game began, he realized... No matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant. And then the lovely, hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. At that point, it was clear I would have no problem shedding light on his secret. Mondo killed his own older brother.
No matter what, I couldn't let the other gang members find out. If that happened, everything would have been ruined. Everything me and my brother had worked to create would have been destroyed. His death, all the guilt I'd carried around, it all would have been for nothing. So that's why... Mondo. After I saw what Monokuma had on me, my head filled up with a kind of fuzzy uneasiness. It just started swirling around. I'd never felt anything like it before. My bad. I didn't know what to do about it. I wasn't sure what to think or say, but after a while, that fuzzy uneasiness turned itself into a rock-hard lump of anxiety way down in my stomach.
And it was right around then that Chihiro asked me to start working out with him. And right there, he told me a secret. Jesus.
I'm sorry.
But why? Why now? Why are you telling me this all of a sudden?
Huh?
Because, I mean, you kept that secret all the time, right? If anyone found out, you would...
But
You're right, but...
I want to change.
I wrap myself in lies. I'm weak. I want to destroy that version of me forever. Its words were like a knife in my gut. I felt like he was exposing the lie I'd been living myself. I have to change. I don't want to be weak anymore. You're so strong, it can't hurt you, right? Whatever secret Monokuma might tell us?
You piece of...
So what? You're saying I should just say it?
What?
You're saying if I really am, I should just be able to tell everyone my secret? I was jealous. I was jealous of Chihiro's strength. He had the strength to face his own weakness, to try and overcome it. It was a kind of strength I'd never had. So I was jealous of him. And that jealousy broke me.
What?
Are you making fun of me? I'm strong? Are you fucking with me right now?
No.
I'm not making fun of you. You really are strong, Mondo. I felt like I could hear something starting to creak. Something inside my head. What did he want me to do? What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to just sit back, let my secret get revealed, and ruin everything?
What's wrong?
Damn you!
Why did you have to tell me all that? Are you trying to rub my failure in my face?
I just wanted to.
I just really admire you. God, dude, this is getting more and more sad.
Yeah, that's right.
I am strong. Strong. I'm strong. Stronger than you.
Son of a bitch.
And stronger than Daya. I don't remember anything after that. When I woke up again, he was laying at my feet, covered in blood. I had the dumbbell in my hand, and I was just staring at him, down on the ground. I killed him.
I killed Chihiro. Even after all this time, I'm still just as weak as I've always been. And thanks to that, I did something I can never take back.
And that was his secret. A weakness like that lived in a heart like his. It turned him cold-blooded.
Look at him. You see? You're all just like him. For a secret from the past, for a memory. For that, he killed another living human in cold blood. He couldn't cut free of his regrets from the outside world. He doesn't know what true strength is. Do you see hope anywhere in there? 'Cause I sure don't.
You bastard. Just shut up, you son of a bitch. Go ahead, say that again. I dare you.
Okay, I'll say it as many times as I want. Is what I want to say, but...
Heck yeah, everyone needs water. I need water right now. There's a lot of voice acting. Monokuma's voice is really fun to do. I don't know how like accurate it is with this mic and like how it comes off on stream, but I'm really enjoying it.
Unfortunately, I can't do that right now, because the time for punishing is fast approaching.
You mean execution?
That's what I promised you, right? The blacken that disturbs the peace will be punished.
Well, hold on.
I prepared a very special punishment.
For Mondo Owada, the ultimate biker gang leader.
Wait. Oh god, here we go.
Sorry, man. I couldn't keep the promise we made. From one man to another.
Dude, they can't bro out anymore. Oh god, here we go. Promote Akuma. You're back just in time. The Cage of Death. Oh god. Where is he? Oh, he was turned into Mondo butter. Jesus Christ. Alright, he spun so fast he melted. He spun so fast and was electrocuted so much he's butter now. Wonder how it tastes. Okay. That wasn't like what I was picturing. Like when it came to punishments. I'll finish the chapter and then I'll explain what my thought process was gonna be for that. Can't be. My brother. Poor Taka. But of course he had to. What a disappointment. This is the end of the game?
What is this?
You're completely insane, you know that. A game? One of our friends is dead. Do you realize that?
Naturally.
Of course I do. Because this game is life or death.
Hey.
I don't have a response, except
However,
that I just don't understand why. Why did you go out of your way to disguise Mondo's crime?
What?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because it made things more interesting. Last night, when the murder took place, I was in the library as usual.
honestly,
So you ignored the nighttime rule too. That rule never mattered to me. I don't recall agreeing to it.
there is nothing to be done.
I don't particularly care. Please continue. The night grew late, and I decided to return to my room, which is when I stumbled upon him. I spotted Mondo coming out of the girls' locker room. After he'd gone, I looked inside and saw the corpse. He was such a fool. He didn't have the slightest idea that I'd seen him. So you're saying you knew the culprit was from the very beginning?
Right.
Indeed. But if that had been the end of it, how boring would that have been? I mean, what a waste of time to have the answer revealed right at the beginning. Alright, I'm kind of with him on that. It did make for a more interesting story. Which is why I decided to lend a little helping hand. I thought it would liven things up. Did all that to liven things up? So after hearing about Genocide Jack from Toko, you decided to use that to create the fake murder scene? Damn, man. If we hadn't figured out who'd really done it, you would have been dead too, right? It's like he knew he was in a video game.
There's nothing more dangerous than a game character who's broken the fourth wall. Obviously, I would have revealed the truth before it reached that point. Of course, thanks to a certain remarkable someone, it never did, and I was able to perform an interesting experiment.
Interesting.
Once I do decide to become blackened, I now know who I'll have to watch out for. Oh, cool, so he's gonna murder me. That's what he's saying. You could certainly try!
Correct.
So that was your reason? Are you satisfied?
Indeed.
Yes, we're done listening to your story. Moving on. There's something I'd like to ask Monokuma.
What's this?
Oh, I'm up next?
You like to perform these elaborate executions each time, right? My question is, why?
Do you like them? But, you know, this punishment, this despair, it's not just for you. All this punishment, all this despair is my gift to mankind itself. I am not over-exaggerating. These punishments are meant to transform all hope to despair. Mean? 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 Mean. Good grief. I don't understand why you have to pick apart every little stupid thing.
Whatever. Doesn't matter. In the end, I'm gonna stand alone as the victor. And then everything will be revealed to me.
Ah, the noble son of a noble family. Truly you understand me. Hoo-hoo-hoo. I think this is the start of a terrifying friendship.
Shut up. I would never stoop to the level of a childish criminal like you. Let me just say this. After I have achieved complete victory, you're up next. I'm gonna find you and kill you, understand? In the name of the Togami family, for which victory is a foregone conclusion.
Ooh, so cool. It's like you're the main character of a video game or something. No trash mob for you.
I swear, whatever it takes, I will kill you.
Temper. Sounds like someone needs a nap.
He didn't acknowledge it, though. He's also not the main character. The killing game would still continue, because a mastermind wouldn't let it end. Our worst fear and despair kept on multiplying. It was a kind of despair that felt like a blind puppy in hell had more of a future than us. All of our courage, our effort, our friendship, it felt like it amounted to nothing at all. It was the worst kind of despair.
Well, anyway, like I was saying, this is a pretty good spot. Yeah, a really good spot. Anyway, isn't it amazing how that girl went and killed someone before things even had a chance to get boring? Once things really get moving, it'll be like a roller coaster. There won't be any stopping it. Fear and despair charge
Thanks, Wobble.
forward at a speed nothing can hope to match. But I must admit, I'm disappointed. I went to all the pain and effort of making you part of the group, and you couldn't play your part.
Wait, what?
You do remember you were supposed to make the first move, right?
Oh!
Well, no biggie. Nothing we can do about it now, so just do your best to make things more exciting from now on, okay? After all, that's what everyone wants to see.
There's one thing I'd like to ask you.
As long as you don't want to know my measurements, fire away.
Who is it? The 16th high school student, I mean.
My, you really took me by surprise there. I know I said you could ask anything, but super denied, ultra denied, demonic denied. Because you see, that's my ace in the hole.
And nobody'd be dumb enough to reveal that, right? No matter how close they were to their friends.
Oh my gosh, okay. That means there's a traitor amongst us. And a secret 16th high school student. Yeah, let's save. That's alright, did not see that coming. Oh. Alright, I just saved, so. Alright, well, that's something to digest. Y'all get to enjoy this awesome music with me. While we see a dead girl to our side. So, what I initially thought the punishment would be, once I realized that it was Mondo, I mean, obviously it was going to be something with bikes. Or, at least bike. But I thought it was going to be something bikes. Like, plural. And if you wanted a truly gruesome punishment, I don't know how powerful bikes are, but I was just kind of thinking one limb attached to a bike, another limb attached to a bike facing some other direction. You get the picture. Either that or just like strap him like into the ground and just fire off bikes left and right, like Yoshi's Final Smash. Just get crushed by 200 bikes just revving right over him. So yeah, that one, compared to my expectations, that was very tame. I mean, now he's just butter. It's certainly a unique way to die, but yeah, I was expecting something a lot darker. That was more comedic than it was dark. Cord butter. Alright. Yeah, I was wondering at the end of the last case why, or at the beginning of the last case, or trial. Beginning of the last trial. Not this one, but the one last week. Why there were 16 spaces, because that obviously means something. I don't know what the 16th high school student could possibly mean. That, I have no idea what to even expect. And while I did expect... I expected Kyoko to be like the ultimate traitor or something, and that's why she didn't have any question marks. But I don't know how true that is, if that's her or not. I think I was right. I was right in the fact that there's probably an ultimate traitor. Someone who's working with Monokuma, but I don't know if it's Kyoko or not. Lemon won't be happy. An even fatter boy? Maybe. But yeah, that ended up taking a lot longer than I thought. I thought it was going to be done in like 4 hours, so that is the last... That is the only one for today. It was a hell of a chapter, though. I'm sad I died once, but it's okay. So, yeah. Obviously, Chapter 3 will be next week. Same place, same time. I'm very glad Waffle was here. I'm very glad Brass Roses... Butt Whoop. Thank you, Buttspot. I'm glad Buttspot was here. I'm glad Atari was here. It's just to help monitor chat.
That'll be post-surgery? Okay. Would you be able to watch? Depending on, like, your mood, I guess? Or how you're feeling? You should be able to? Okay. Because I don't know if you're just, like, okay with spending another 7, 8 hours watching me play this. But, you know, if you feel like you can, I'd really appreciate it. Just so you can help monitor chat. But yeah, I'm glad everyone showed up. I'm glad people are watching me play this, like, and experiencing it for their first time as well as I am. And I can't wait to do it next week. I'm honestly going to spend parts of my week looking up other people's first time playing through it, just to see their reactions to, like, Sayaka's betrayal and Chihiro's big secret, stuff like that, because those are great reactions. I'm looking forward to that. Hi, Psycho. You're at a very awkward... You came back at a very awkward time. We just solved the case. We just watched the murder. It is now Chapter 3, which we are starting some other time. So, Psycho, if you want to watch the trial, I'm going to save this VOD. We'll put it on YouTube eventually too. You know, the whole shebang. So this is where I log out. Which one would I say was better? Like between the chapters? Part 1 or Part 2? Part 1 I think was a little bit better because it really, like, it set the tone for the rest of the game, and it made me so excited to play Chapter 2, and I think Chapter 1 just was a little bit better, but Chapter 2 still had pretty much the same elements. A shocking twist, a killer you could maybe kind of see coming. I didn't, so that was the thing. And, yeah, just good story and good character development all around. Yeah, Waffle called it for the beginning, but I'm not going to spoil who it was, in case you still don't know. But, yeah, I am going to log off, so thanks for watching, everybody, and I'll see you next week I'll see you next Friday for more Danganronpa, and I'll see y'all Sunday for speedruns. But I hope I see you tomorrow in Psycho's stream when he plays Minecraft Hardcore mode. Yeah, that's my plug. So yeah, go follow Psycho, watch him play Minecraft tomorrow. Ultra Hardcore, even better. But yeah, have a good night, everybody.